Hey everyone, thanks for watching our little YouTube series of our Dungeons & Dragons sessions. I'm Jesse, also known as Rays. I'm the DM of this campaign, and without further delay, here's our recording. Enjoy! Alrighty, welcome everybody back to session 2 of, as I should properly say now, Legacy of Frost and Blood rather than Legends. That is me being silly and tagging stuff improperly on the wrong thing. So, yeah, I guess we'll just kind of get started here with, I don't know, Critical Role does this. I think it's cool, talking about what's going on in things and things that are happening. Luckily, these two are the ones that I know that, like, definitely did things very recently. So, Maggie, congratulations on literally graduating college. Um, my lazy ass has taken an extra 15 years to do it, so I have one more semester left, so that's the way that's going. And I think someone also got a new vehicle over here. Miss Hannah has a new car. Don't lock it yet. Yeah. Might be really hard to get in if that's the case. Who else has good news over here? Want more news in the week? What's going on? Alex has successfully made it another week. Congratulations. Oh wow, yeah. Also, we had Spider-Man on Thursday, which, by the way, it's super good. It was so good. We were very angry. We were very angry.
No, I was serious.
One of the only movies that I have legitimately almost like broken into tears while watching was Pokemon when Ash gets turned into fucking stone. And also in Spider-Man at a scene that I'm not going to spoil. Yeah, of course it was last year.
Do you not try that? What, 2001?
Yeah, whatever year that was. Many years ago when Pokemon was still new.
Every single person gets a free pass.
Yeah, I feel like that should be the case. Oh, jeez. Ooh. Tearjerker. All of like Don Bluth's films are like super sad at some point.
Has anyone seen the movie Onward? Yes. It's so good. I cried at least 3 times.
Wow.
At least 3 times.
At least.
That's the blue.
Actually, 4 times. Yeah, who else? It's basically a quest in D&D thing. It's a really good song.
I'm about to look that up.
It's really good.
Okay, so to give you guys a brief explanation here, because we are now at the battle table, which is actually just the table in the opposite room in the kitchen. But anyway, we are doing our first major encounter for you guys. So a couple of things I just want to cover really quick. You'll notice that I have spaced everyone very appropriately across the room. The individual that is next to you, that has more knowledge than you of how the game works, they are your resource for determining what you should do on your turn if you have questions. If you are not sure exactly where you're going to move, what you're going to attack, what your bonus action is going to do, all the crap that you definitely would do in your 6 seconds of glory, make sure that you communicate quietly as so not to disturb the immersion of the campaign to that individual and ask them, what you might be going on. Not to say, if you have a direct question for the DM on like mechanics or what's going on or something that's related to what's happening in the story or otherwise, definitely still ask me. 100% bring that up. It really kind of depends, because if it's like necessary for the interim, I would just say just raise your fucking hand, something to get my attention. Just try to avoid talking over others if that's really necessary. I will be as perceptive as I can. Luckily, I'm using this sweet encounter builder that D&D Beyond has, so no one needs to keep track of initiative other than keeping your rolls in your head until I get them onto the screen. Order, I will also remind who's on deck and do the whole, who's on first, what's on second, and I don't know is in the middle of the battle and getting killed. So you guys should not have anything to do other than stare at your character sheets and decide what cool abilities you want to use, how many blink dogs you want to summon, who you want to stab in the back, whose wife you want to insult. I don't know. Am I missing anything? Yeah, all capacities of that. So without further ado, we will just kind of get the the setup a little prepped here. Let me go ahead and find our ambiance. Is that an ambiance too? Nope, not that one.
Or a few descriptions.
And that is the individual pulling up. So as I play our ambiance.
Really quick, for his turn,
Sure.
he has the cloak of the elven kind, so he's able to hide, like, basically in plain sight. So he doesn't have to.
With advantage.
He doesn't have to be super creative. Just somewhat, but just not as just.
I'm gonna be like in the middle.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite Harry Potter, but
Not invisible.
yeah, I just can't crouch. They have disadvantage on finding you.
This episode is not sponsored by Papa John's. Never should be. In the school
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace.
I just regular sponsor me. I don't want to pay $28 a month.
We actually might have missed a lot of that recording because I noticed that this was like either super quiet or the gain was like terrible. We're trying something a little different here, so hopefully it'll work. But
For anyone that's listening, that is our mascot.
yeah, doggo mascot. All right.
He gets angry.
Once he's done barking all.
Look, no, stop.
Look at that ricochet, just like ricochet down there. One is gonna hate Shay, just because Shay.
Why?
He's mad because I opened the door. Oh look, it's like I can see on the audio track. It's like bark, 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 bark.
He's so fierce.
This episode brought to you by animals that are very protective.
Our sports sponsor can't pick one. Dogs.
I hope he walks around and chills out. Pizza means intruder.
Yeah.
I want to.
Pull all of them at the same time.
They feel
Okay.
good.
There we go.
They feel good.
I can put them in the
Figure out
Please,
I can put them in
These are my anxiety dogs.
Yeah, you gotta win it with advantage.
All right, so last
You're getting
time
stolen from me now.
when we last left our intrepid adventurers, you all, having brought yourselves in from different directions, all had made it to the Flying Wyvern Circus at Onavera. We've had druids who have been actually performing in the circus for some time with rogue friends doing some, unique acrobatics and then landing flat on their face and certainly making a great appearance for it. We've got our associative rogue-ish types that, sleep with women, drink a lot, dimension door through, crowds of people and escape, their inevitable discovery of stealing things from people. And then, of course, we have mysterious dragon women who show up in dreams of people. Um, and then mysterious men who apparently also have dragons but are very secretive of having said random dragon. And of course, we've got the quirky, unique goblins that likes to cast tidal wave in the middle of the fucking winter. Great when you just want to be soaked in complete icy water, and
I feel like we missed it. I don't know how to check at some point.
at least probably. And of course, we have magic users that literally can see fucking magic, especially without detect magic, which is pretty dope. So, yeah. It's like, oh, that was actually just something on his glasses. Never mind. Having met with the Magistrate Arwan, or specifically, God, why do names always just like disappear from me instantly? Why did I change your name and like not think to actually write it down like 50 times? I hate my life.
I'm specifically not taking notes because my character was in the regular one.
Where are you?
Because he wouldn't know these things, he wouldn't remember.
Names. Corbin Arwan with the stutter, and certainly looking to recruit you guys for a mission of subterfuge to go talk to an individual in the underground of Anabera, of whom obviously, high political figures talking with people in the underground probably not so good. So looking to use you guys as a little bit of a interim to some degree, and finding a good portion of you, despite sending only out a couple of missives thus far. And then, of course, we have the destruction. In one instant, we have the outright explosion underneath the upper box section that housed you guys, smashing into the center of the ring. And at the very last moment, the white tabaxi Flame, who was just coming on stage, pushing her leader and otherwise respected commander of the circus, Fabian, out of the way in an instant and falling completely. Underneath the massive pieces of rubble. The rest of you, some of you managing to escape relatively unscathed, others a little scathed, have found yourselves surrounded by a large cadre of hooded figures with crossbows and short swords, two of which made their marks on two of the guards that had crashed in with you, and watching the veins in their necks basically turn green and purplish as they gasp for air, falling ill with this almost like purplish like sheen to their throat or otherwise. Obviously, something they were looking to kill. And in the last instance, the words that you heard from who you could only assume was the leader: doesn't matter who they are, kill them all.
Jokes on you. You guys are now the hosts.
Like, you know how really rare, right?
Why did I always delete this? That feels like. I will give you all the opportunity to prepare anything in a single instant that you want to do before you enter combat. Say mage armor, etc. You already casted yours, Sil, so you're good to go. So if you guys have anything you want to do before we enter actual initiative, now's the time.
Cast Hunter's Mark? Would that be a possibility?
No.
Yes. Can I shall hide?
Go ahead and do a stealth check for me, and we'll see if you begin with advantage. Yes.
Natural 2.
29.
Okay.
Yeah, do it again. Natural 20 right here. That's cool.
You are hidden at the beginning of your round. All right. In the center of basically all of that bullshit there, pretty much right where all of the twine is, that little outcropping, at least a little bit south of that, so that the twine is it's consider that rubble, consider it difficult terrain. So basically, from where Gawain is right now, all of you guys position your characters within about 10 feet of him. Not yet, but he will be.
But right when I go, I'm gonna do. Can I do my armor back?
Not an armor against no. Like this is only preparatory spells. Like something like, hey, I want to make sure I have this ready or this on me before I start something in a combat situation. Okay, go ahead and roll a stealth check for me. Okay, you'll be hidden for the start of your round as well. Go ahead and roll your stealth check as well there, Dara. And if you guys want to place your characters then within 10 feet of where Gawain is, please. So you guys are bunched up pretty close together. Everyone.
We weren't on another side, like
We're going to say for the purposes of everything like surrounding you, like everyone kind of pushing you guys into the center, that's where we're going to be. Okay, you're also hidden as well for the start of your round. It's difficult terrain. You can be in it.
Okay, yeah.
But it's going to be half movement speed if you try to move in or out. Okay.
Where's like the front?
Wherever you want. You guys are surrounded, so at this point there's not really a front.
Okay, I'll be here.
Okay, fair enough. Keywords, tricky phrases.
I'll take.
I'm very neutral with that. I don't know.
Dara, I would need you to inch in at least like one square this direction, please. Yeah. You guys can also be on that opposite side too. You guys don't have to be all bunched up on to like this side. There's a lot of room here. So yeah, if you want. Wow.
Can I put like a little? Can I draw a little piece of flame?
That's up to you. All right. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 characters.
Jesse, was this pen put there for a reason?
No.
I wasn't sure. That's difficult to read, yeah.
All right, here's your guys' caveat for this. That is Magistrate Corbin Arwan.
One very unique thing about this encounter that you guys should know. If you are adjacent to Corbin, on the side that you are positioned on, it will grant Corbin 3/4 cover, which is an extra 5 AC. That is very important.
Per person, if we...
No, for one single person. So for each cardinal direction that is covered by a person that is adjacent to him, he has 3/4 covered from that side. So, 4 quadrants, cardinal directions.
You mean Jason, correct?
Yes, I said adjacent.
To be fair, I didn't know what cardinal direction for our corporation.
Oh, you mean cardinal direction.
I'm the only one that's colored.
Okay, are there any other questions before I go ahead and start?
I do that.
Yeah.
Dara is her skin color.
Yeah.
So you roll a 6-sided dice. If it hits either of those numbers, it recharges the ability. 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, it's a range, 4 to 6. When you use it once, it uses that charge unless you meet the requirements to recharge it. Which basically at the start of your turn, because all of the monsters, regardless of what it says, they're going to share your initiative. It makes things a lot easier for them to share your initiative. So at the beginning of your turn, you roll a 6-sided die for each creature, unfortunately, so it's going to be manageable. And when that happens, if you hit a 4, 5, or 6, it'll recharge the ability. It doesn't have you don't get to use the ability until you make a recharge roll. Initially, yeah. Initially, you have the ability to use it at least once. Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
We're sponsored by Luke.
When I open my
Sponsored by
tattoo
Luke,
shop,
of course.
I'll have
We could probably get sponsored by Luke.
They sponsor everyone.
Yeah.
This is actually
Better
sponsored by Walmart.
Let's go ahead and have everybody roll your initiatives, please.
Natural 20.
That's a pretty good start.
Was it really? No, not for me.
Damn it for Jaime, dude. 19. Oh wait, plus 5 plus initiative, 21.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, he's small.
He's small. He's very, he's in the difficult.
Yeah, he's like, what's going on, guys?
He's over the rubble like, man.
You can have your snacks.
The rage of that.
He's always here on my pizza.
Okay. Initiatives 20 to 25.
25.
That's not too bad.
21.
21 for Vice.
What did you get, Gabby? Your initiative.
20 to 15.
19.
19.
That's it.
I actually have Dara and Brennan's already. Your guys is automatically load since you used D&D Beyond. Thank you.
But he will have a higher dex than I do, so I'll go after.
It'll randomly assign you. Syl and Gribble, what are your guys' initiatives?
7.
Okay. 4, 1, 7. Yeah, Brennan actually goes ahead of you. So, yeah. He's got the higher dex, so like that's the way it lines you up. Okay, starting us off, Gawain.
Two questions. No. Are there any enemies?
There are. I've got to place them, obviously.
Hey, we did it.
That was actually our target. He's also our target.
Yeah, that's one.
Boy.
I mean, it was a circus test. They could sneak.
What the fuck did we not sneak into this?
I tried.
Real quick, this is the individual with the slightly different colored brooch and cloak that you saw command them to attack you. That is your mission as well. All right, now that I actually have enemies placed, of course, appropriately.
So, first things first. All you guys have seen him go in was that he ran away from a fight. He doesn't seem very imposing, and he legitimately beat somebody at something dice. However, now you see him pull out a blade, almost like anime style, how it comes out. And the blade is kind of an in-between between a rapier and a longsword. Imagine like if the title was made in the West instead of the East. And then also he's going to go into a stance, which if any of you have ever been to war or traveled the world, and maybe Jesse can make you do a check, I don't know, you would recognize it as a swordsmaster's weapon and stance.
For those interested in wanting to check that, do a history check for me.
Which seems very
I'm gonna check it, but
Yeah,
I'm
That's a
not
6
gonna.
for me. 17, so I did not make it.
Okay, the only one, 14. Okay, so you've seen Gawain around, and know of the notorious bits of him, but you've never really seen him like
He doesn't usually
in martial combat, at least to this degree. But you definitely are interested to know the rumors that you've heard in Onavera around him, if they're true or not. Still, you look at him brandish this weapon, and you instantly notice the magical hue around it. But the hue is almost almost a negative energy. You kind of like look at it and it doesn't feel evil, but it definitely feels like it's drawing almost power from things around it. But you definitely notice that his stance and everything else is consistent with academic research that you've seen of ancient swordsmanship that also is derived from elven and human teachings from hundreds of years ago.
And, well,
I'm a nerd.
I'm gonna say, and I'm going to, you know what? I'm gonna rush 5. What is no, it's for I can't reach that, so I'll go for the rush here, and I'm going to.
Okay.
I'm gonna wager 3 points into my name or go ahead.
You already did that ahead of time, but yeah, you're good.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna attack this guy right off the bat. I'm just gonna attack him with my legs.
Okay.
That is an 18 to hit.
18 will hit. Go ahead and roll your damage. I'm gonna have to double this, aren't I, to be able to see both parts?
I'm gonna go ahead and use Death Attack on him.
Okay, go ahead. There it goes.
Alright, so he has to do a
Probably dexterity.
yeah, he has to do a strength saving.
Oh, strength saving throw. Okay.
So that is 18.
He got a natural 1.
18 points of damage and he's tripped. And I'm gonna attack him again since he's tripped. I have advantage.
Yes, he is now prone. You basically, in one instance, like just take him, sweep him completely off of his feet, and just.
And for those of you watching, you basically like Naruto ran over there, and like, you just see like some sick, but like it's almost like, whoa, this guy looks like kind of a nerd, and he just. That's a 17 to hit.
17 will hit.
And I'm just gonna get a sticker on this one. That is 14 points of damage.
Okay.
And then the last thing I will do is I will go into fire stance and then just attack one last time with the very tip of my blade.
Okay. For those of you that identified his skill behind it, you notice him enter a move that you've never really seen before. And not even anything that you've read about as like sword masters or otherwise. It's very unique, the move that he makes to be able to make this attack. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, that'll do it. 12 damage? Okay.
And that's my turn.
Well done. Next on the list, we have Vice, and Hollyhock, you were on deck, ma'am.
Alright, so from where I am standing, I'm going to. Sorry, I was just so enthralled with you. I was watching somebody.
That's not on you. That's on the person next to you.
We're close. I'm going to. Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
From where I'm standing.
At range?
I'm
Yep.
not gonna move yet.
Sounds good. Who's your target?
The
You can just
color.
tell which color too, and
The main guy. The leader.
the one without the color.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I was like, there's no color.
Go ahead.
Yeah, 2 beans.
Queen.
I'm just gonna roll in the map. 17 to hit.
17 is going to just hit.
Oh, yeah, it has the same.
5 damage.
Hollyhock is. It should be a 2d10, I think, at.
1d10.
Yeah, so
It's 2 beats, 1d10.
for each beam, so I'm gonna hit him again.
It's one attack though that does 2 beams, if I'm not mistaken, right?
No,
No.
it's 2 attacks.
It is 2 separate attacks.
Yeah, it's 2 separate beams.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
I'm just gonna smack him again.
And you said 5, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very a little bit close. I felt like that was 13, so I missed.
13 will miss, unfortunately. And you guys see, how do you want to do this like attack? You haven't shown anybody your weapon yet.
Yeah,
So
you guys still don't know my weapon. So far, you've seen Vice, disappear with him thinner, and that's about it. Other than that, he's been pretty charming and chill, kind of go with the flow guy. And out of nowhere, I raise up like I'm gonna throw something at him, and it just fizzes out of nowhere, and I grab it and I do this and just blast out the middle. And my mace is like, I don't know, in my head it looks something right out of Lord of the Rings, like the shapes are like this, like Sauron's helmet, and it's like blades like this all around the circle, so it comes out the center. Yeah, kind of like that, yeah.
very nice.
And I have on the back of my mace 2 like picks, like ice pick looking things.
Cool. That's your action. Do you want to move and use bonus action?
I am going to. Yes. I'm going to move up just a little bit. I'm going to go past. I don't know who this is. I'm going to go past them.
Right past.
Yeah. And
Quick reminder as well. To give Corbin the AC bonus, you need to be adjacent. So, just wanting to make sure people are reminded of that before you move. No, I didn't say anything about keeping him alive.
I just did what my character would have done. However, if somebody were to be like,
protecting the magistrate device is killing the thing. That's just how Vice
my
be.
character took the money and wanted to get out of there, but if you want to get whatever he promised you probably don't want to die.
Oh no, I don't.
Player knowledge. But yeah.
But I will.
Just to help.
I will try to do.
No, that's good.
The, actually, I might.
You guys know what we're doing here? Okay. It's bench versus chairs.
No, yeah,
We're the
That's
end.
all I'll do.
That's all?
Yeah.
Okay. Next on initiative, Hollyhock. And after Hollyhock is going to be the enemies. I will let you guys know that. And then Brennan, you are after the enemies.
So I'm still at the head of the Is this? Yeah, yeah.
1, 2, 3. It is close. I can't quite see. 20.
20.
It's just outside. Yeah, it's like
I just
5,
need it to be
literal
over
5
20,
feet outside.
So I want to move up to that spot and use a claw attack and try to knock him prone with time.
Okay, go ahead. And do you have to roll an attack and then the guy does a saving throw? How does that work?
It's plus 4 to hit.
Roll your attack first. 7 to hit. That is going to miss, unfortunately. The individual like that you've approached, all of a sudden as you take a swipe on it, just kind of like dodges almost to the side, like very briefly, like really like almost taken back by this like cat that's like attacking all of a sudden, and just brandishes like a short sword, like ready for almost like a counter attack. You have another attack? Or just one? Okay. Do you want to do a bonus or any other moves? Oh, you moved into range, I guess. So yeah. That it? Okay. We will move now to the enemies. Okay, the green one is going to take out a light crossbow and is going to fire at you, Marin, since you are the first one that's in front of him. 19 to hit you, Marin. If you have any responses to that. Marin,
Mary.
Yes.
you're being attacked.
Okay.
19.
What's the roll? 19.
19.
It's a green one.
You're taking it. You're not doing any abilities, okay? Okay. Give me a second. You're going to take 5 points of piercing damage, and then I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me as the poison from the crossbow bolt starts entering your veins, and you feel the pain, the sharp shooting pain from the poison. Okay, good deal. You'll take.
I have resistance to poison as well.
You have resistance. Okay, so it'll have it again. So you'll take 7 points of poison damage in addition, because you make the resistance saving.
First damage.
It was initially 25, so I had it twice and then rounded it up.
So you're 25 damage total.
It was 25 damage on the poison, and then I halved it, and then halved it again.
No, I'm saying what was the damage?
Piercing damage was 5.
Okay. So 9.
No, 7 plus 5. So it'll be 12 altogether. I divided it so that you have poison separate from the piercing damage. He is going to... Assassin. Hit. Dexterity. 2 short sword. He only has 1 attack for that. Okay, go ahead and move the red one directly to the... like towards me. Like basically towards the green guy, 1 space. He is going to take out a light crossbow, and he is going to fire at the magistrate. That is a 12 to hit, which is going to hit him. 8 points. Needs to roll a con save. He failed. He failed to save. Okay, you guys watch as a crossbow bolt all of a sudden enters him like right on probably the side of his ribs, and you see him double over in pain as you see the shooting like pain from the poison start entering his body. He doubles over and like crouches on the ground like convulsing almost. He's not dead, but he doesn't look good. That's going to be his move. Go ahead and move him back to the spot where he was. The one on this side here is going to also fire a crossbow bolt at... who's the one with the bow and arrow? Is that Brennan? Okay, you're hidden though, as is Dara.
Is he prone, or is he just kind of like...
He's prone now, yeah.
At least give him disadvantage.
Considering the assassins can't see, this assassin here though is going to fire at what's the character here that's in front of the bow person? No, closest to me. That one, yes. That's you? Okay, so you're going to get attacked by a crossbow bolt. 21 to hit, so yeah. You might have shield, so that's why I mentioned. No, they were debating it, but you guys are hidden.
No, I do. This is not working.
Okay. 6 points of piercing damage, and then I need you to do a Constitution saving throw for me.
That's a 20.
Ooh.
27.
Fuck it, you don't take any poison damage.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's almost 30.
See, Magistrate, I can handle it.
I'm good, why aren't you? What the fuck, man?
That's canon.
Okay, the one across from here, he is going to pull out 2 short swords and is going to attack the panther that's in front of me. So go ahead and move him up in front of the panther. Yeah. Move him actually closer into it. I want him to be flanking. I want him to be in... No, just diagonal. That's fine. Yeah. Think. Sorry. Got to be particular. So First attack, he has advantage. 23 to hit, probably. Yeah, okay. Oof. 9 points of piercing damage, and then I need you to do a con saving throw as well. Okay, that is going to be a fail. So you're going to take 9 points of the piercing damage from the short sword and 24 points of poison damage. Yes, ma'am. You have any other reactions to that, or anything else you need to keep track of as you move out of your form? Okay. He is going to try and attack you again. So. Okay, it's a 23 to hit on the second attack. Whenever you're ready, do another con saving throw for me. How are we doing here for after the? Okay. You do make it, so that one's good. Yeah, you'll take half damage, which will be 13 points of poison damage, and 4 points of damage from the short sword attack. And then we're going to move to Mr. Prony McPronerson, who is going to stand up in front of Gawain and just like look as angry as he can, pull out his two short swords and go to attack you with them. 21 to hit. Okay. I need you to do a con saving throw, sir. Okay, you'll make it. You'll take half damage, so you'll take 4 points of piercing damage and 12 points of poison damage. And he'll make another attack against you. 24 to hit, man. Okay. Another saving throw. Okay, so that's going to be full. 5 plus. It's 33 points of damage altogether, plus the poison. So unless you have resistance. Okay. All right. We're going to move to the other assassin who is next to Hollyhock, and he is going to attempt to disengage from you with his bonus action and move away. So yeah, go ahead and move him up one, so he's out of melee range of Hollyhock, and then move him straight up towards where Syl is. Yeah. Yeah, but put him in melee range of Syl. Syl, this guy's also going to make an attack against you as well with a short sword. That's only 11 to hit, so probably misses. Okay, his second attack is a 16. Okay, reaction. You guys watch this individual just like misses altogether, like with one stab, as you just kind of like sidestep it quickly, and then in the second like swing as he goes to like pierce under you, just put up like this like sheen of, I don't know, what do you want it to look like? You have any? Almost like honeycomb. Ring in front of me. And the shorts are just as he like looks up at you, like almost like with an astonished look. That is going to end the enemy's turn. So that is going to take us to Brennan. And Marin, you are on deck, sir.
Alright. Who's after me?
Gribble.
So I'm gonna use my foot. This bad boy. I'm gonna use sharpshooter.
Which one are we attacking? I didn't hear a color, so.
This bad,
Okay.
This badass.
Yep. No color.
And it is. And 21.
That'll hit.
And plus sneak attack.
Yeah.
So 13 plus 1. So 23.
This is where math comes in handy.
So 38 damage to that bad boy right there.
Not bad.
Just the most powerful.
It just goes into his throat.
It just goes through him.
You basically all of a sudden, like from almost like a close distance, all of a sudden just like pop up and just and like it like hits him like almost directly like in the chest, knocking like the air out of him in an instant.
And then I'm going to use my cutting action and hide.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Is mocking the master, does he still get the adjacent buff?
Yes.
No.
I feel like that's quite fair.
I guess.
If they can't see you, they're gonna assume their line of sight is clear. Is the way I would logic that out.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna hide right there.
Okay. Plain sight. All right. Marin, you're up, sir.
Okay. I am going to pull back. And so I'm going to pump a cure wounds into the.
Hello, internet. There you go.
For.
Okay.
And I am going to say, I don't get my book.
He just kind of like all of a sudden coughs up like a good portion of blood. Looks up and she goes, "Thank you."
And I pull out the boom. And bonus action, I'll undermark this guy.
Okay.
We have another written thing.
I don't have any, so I.
Wait, and that would be my turn.
So you hunters mark green, correct?
Yes.
I can just mark it.
Cool. Oh, yeah, you got your stats and stuff.
I mean, I would still get a thing if you can, just to make it easier.
I'll remember.
But
But
I have a note section here.
if you guys, I can use that.
Is that your turn? Okay. Gribble, sir. What happened? Oh, he did cast 2 spells, didn't he?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
So, Hunter's Mark isn't there.
I want us to win, but
No, it's fine.
Do you want to do something else with your bonus action, Gordon? I'll let you take it back to do something else. That's all right. That's still important. We want to keep that straight because we have plenty of people here.
We should have a
No, that's
better.
fine. But yeah.
Bing, 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 bing,
That's
bing.
fine.
Okay. Gribble, you're up, sir. Then, and Syl, you are on deck. So,
If I cast a spell, do I remain hidden or am I shown?
when you cast a spell, you will not be hidden any longer.
I'm going to cast Conjure Open Beams. 4 reflections.
Reflections.
So 4 2-dimensional looking beings of Gribble show up.
Extra bonus.
Oh, that's so funny. Would you straight on that point?
I don't know where you want them.
What can you use? There's just 13 place for them. Anywhere within 60 feet. But I'm going to order them to do different things. That'd be hard to do.
I don't know.
Wrap around? Yes. A little pop up when you see Gribble. Right where I put them.
Are they goblins?
Yeah,
They're just reflections of
they're two-dimensional versions of me.
Did you buy them?
No,
you just found them.
Oh, those are babies.
I just found them and went.
I had them when we did the campaign. When we did the fight against the goblins and the thingy.
It's literally, it's paper gribbles.
Yeah. And he'll kind of pop up out of the rubble and go, "You two, protect the magistrate. You two, kill him."
Dang, bro.
Would you want to place them towards the magistrate then?
It's within their movement, so whatever.
Okay.
Because they're on their own.
Two of them
Yeah,
need to
we
go
do it
to
now.
yeah.
He's doing flavor. They pop up and then they start moving.
And then the other two, I want to attack Greeny Boy over.
Is that their movement?
I would probably do that one to attack and then this one to the magistrate because he's within range. The other one wouldn't.
They have 40 foot of movement.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's still not
If you can flash it for me, that would be
They are paper things.
So where are we?
Move it around.
both of them
Yep.
for
There you go.
And then how does that work with them? Do I just tell them what to do? They take their turn just after mine?
Yes.
They take your turn immediately. Like, so you can do it now if you so choose. They share your initiative and all your.
Those two are
your turn.
by the magistrate, and these two are going to attack me. One behind rolls a 10. One in front rolls an 8.
Those are unfortunately both going to miss.
Alright, they're going to hang out there.
They basically like all of a sudden jump up onto this guy and like start clawing at him, and he just like grabs one of them and like, what is goblins, and throws one away like as far as he can.
And then I'll use my bonus action to put 2 dice in my ball into the magistrate.
So you're healing him?
Yes.
Okay. Loop, I had pizza, dude. Chill, bud.
He will regain 7 and have 2 temporary hit points.
So regaining 9, but 2 of it is temporary, right?
Can we just take one quick moment to acknowledge how good these goblins
From whenever he's playing Braves, and he was like hiding behind the bush.
Didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Now again, 10 for
No, that's not like in the fight.
Fucking goddamn it,
Like,
stupid.
somehow, like, everything else, like, his stats were weird.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
What else you got for me, Alex? Okay, Sil, last on the order. Well, no, before Dara, sorry. I had to click it out. You literally disappeared from everything. You even disappeared from my initiative order.
That's all the relevant characters.
It's the outside of the inner group.
Fireball? No? Oh, all
I'm
right.
actually gonna bonus action. Oh, okay.
Twin spell.
So, wind starts to swirl around me. It's like my lights light up pale green, and I'm gonna use my Tempestus magic, and I'm going to fly away 10 feet away from him without provoking an attack opportunity.
All of a sudden, you just like the individual, like, ah! Like just the sand and dirt and everything around. Sure. Whirls up into like a giant like dervish, and you just like push yourself like almost several feet away.
And I'll, as I land next to Vice, I'm gonna look at him. Are you a good fighter?
I can find
So like, I'm gonna cast haste on him.
Vice, you feel Vice, all of a sudden you feel just this like intense like adrenaline rush almost worth of energy, and like everything around you almost just seems to slow down to like within milliseconds, like as you see like these goblins like clawing at this guy on the opposite side, and these other individuals just pushing like this healing energy into the magistrate as he like starts taking breaths, and like this is all happening almost in slow motion to you all of a sudden now, and you like look at your mace and just kind of grin a little bit. What else you got, Phil?
I got still got
Yep. You guys good for the next turn?
And yes, my action, bonus action. Yes, that's my turn.
Okay. All right, Dara. Last but definitely not least.
I appreciate that. Okay.
I had to make up for it somehow.
I know. Okay, so I'm gonna move. Yeah,
She is still hidden.
So I'm gonna move right here, and I'm gonna use sneak attack with my short sword. Extra 2 damage to.
Let's see if you can beat Darla's sneak attack. 38.
That hits.
28.
Yeah.
Yeah, so pretty much you get I think it was.
For a while it is. It's a really good mid game.
And then go down to this and then 46.
Thank you for helping her out, Gordon.
So 12 plus 17 is 29. Pretty good.
And that's sneak attack damage and regular damage too, right?
Yes.
Cool.
And then
And I'm also going to use Wills from the Grave.
Yep.
The orange guy.
So 6 on orange.
6 on orange.
30.
And then how much on the other one?
No, because the whales, you can only get the damage on the 30 foot.
I know, I'm looking at the one that you attacked initially. How much damage would it do? 29. Okay. Okay, offhand attack? Yep.
27.
That'll hit. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, how? Yeah, but she doesn't have to run the fight.
Oh, true, so we 2.
It should calculate that in on the roll.
Because because the roll is.
Yeah, it doesn't have it as an offhand.
Yeah, it shows like it's a main hand attack.
So it'd just be 2.
Okay, that's fine. I'll fix it.
Yeah, the thing is
Apparently, I'm the rules lawyer.
You become the thing that you despise.
You're taking my role. You're the actually guy.
Actually.
You're taking my role.
Okay. Movements or any other things you'd like to do. Okay. All right, back to the top of the initiative order. Gawain.
First things first, bonus action, second win. I get a D10 plus 8, so that is 7 plus 8.
Cool. Yep. 15.
Alright, and then I will go ahead and attack the guy that I attacked last time.
Which is white.
The white, sorry, all
Okay.
that white. That is a 16 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and use maneuvering strength. And then I'm going to say, I'm going to look over real quick and I see, like, this damage that I took was pretty insane. And I look over, I see this cute redhead. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like, get out of here. And I'm going to, it's your choice, you can use your reaction to move half your speed without provoking an attack of opportunity. Okay. Would you like to do that?
It is a brand new round, so you have another
You can do
reaction.
it now if you want to get out of here. If you want to, if you use your reaction, you can at least get out of this shit right here if you want.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I just see that you did it.
She's got a plan.
So that is 14 points of damage first turn.
Okay. He's my pizza.
Say it again.
I was just commenting that the reason he's barking is me with the food.
And then I'm going to attack him again.
Okay, go for it.
That is a 16 to hit.
That just hits.
And I'm going to use...
Vice, we have you on deck, and then followed by Highlight Hawk. So coordination. He has 2 short swords. Yes.
I'm actually not going to use. I'm just going to attack him. That is 13 points of damage. And then I'm going to action surge.
You got it.
I'm attacking again.
He doesn't look very good, by the way.
21 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
14 points of damage.
He is dead, sir.
So you just see this very handsome half elf.
Leave him there.
Who, by the way, does not recognize you from the tavern at all. And you see him just like, get out of here, what are you doing? And you don't run, but he fucking just slices this guy's throat. That he's going to. You still stay within his threat range and use her to flank. For my last attack since I action surge.
Were you attacking blue?
Blue. I'm attacking. 21 to hit.
Yep, you got it.
And he also has some short swords. You know what? I'm gonna do something. So he has to do, I believe it's turn, and let me double check.
Question on disarming attack. Does it drop both weapons in both hands, or is it just one hand?
To add the disarm, it just says disarm target, so it's up to you.
Let's see how you roll.
Okay. But if he has to make a DC save anyway, so if he makes it, it's irrelevant. It's strength.
Yeah. Yeah, he got a 19 on his check, so that sucks ass.
That is 18.
Okay. What fucking color is blue again? There it is.
And that is my turn.
You said 18 points of damage. Yes, sir. Super high. His fucking gambler's blade is nuts. Player knowledge! Player knowledge! Is that your full turn, Jaime? Or Gawain? Okay. Vice, you're up.
Alright. So, I look at you, and I will respond with, hell of a good fighter.
And then I just
Right, yeah, literally. So, I'm going to, since there's all these little fucking goblin things, I'm going to turn towards him. I'm going to snap my fingers, and I'm going to cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
Cool.
And then I'm going to, just balls deep run at this motherfucker.
You probably should protect your testicles, though, if you're going into combat.
Well, they are just out. They're out.
And Hollyhock, you're on deck here, by the way. I'm sure you're ready to go, but doing the reminder. Fuck, I drank all this already.
Okay, cool. Awesome. So I'm just gonna run at him. Yeah, balls deep in him. And I'm just gonna try to whack him so fucking hard. I'm just gonna right over the head.
Armor Agathis was a bonus action, right?
Yeah, so, is it a bonus action? Armor action?
Oh
Or
no!
just an action? Yeah, no, I know. That's why. No, I know. That's why.
Yeah. I just wanted to know which one it was, because...
No.
Or
any other.
Yeah.
Woo! Expert. All right, what you got?
Actually.
And you're attacking no color guy.
You have advantage.
Oh, that's right.
You have advantage.
You are flanking with Dara, so that's advantage. You'll have 2 rolls.
Worse.
Please tell me. So 14 is?
14 will miss, unfortunately.
You're still fast around good.
You just like try to like hit him with, and you just like, and you're just like, oh shit.
I can move really fast.
He hasn't even moved. He hasn't even moved.
He's actually having a seizure on the ground.
Oh, fire. I sneak out.
It's like, well, I'm done.
Oh, actually, I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Hexblade's Curse on him. Can I do that?
Yeah. His bonus action. It's not casting
Yeah.
spells and ability.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's the Pierce. Pierce and Ghost.
All right, what else you got for me, Abby? You used it. Use regular action, hasted action, bonus action, move. You done? That matters. Yeah.
Yes.
Make sure you consider that. Okay, Hollyhock. Woo!
Okay. First, I'm going to use my bonus action
Enemies are on deck, by the way, followed by Brennan. So.
to cast Archer on myself.
Oh, going into Boomkin
What does
for it.
that look like?
It looks like a constellation of
Like, whenever you're doing it, what does it look like?
I pulled up my my special druid. What's that called? Focus. My druid focus. It's a crystal on a chain that looks similar to what theirs look like.
She got it from someone very important to her.
Very important to me. And if, let's just say it does, it catches the light perfectly, and you see a smattering of rainbow constellations.
Oh, I mean, it would be nice at this point, so it gets like a moonlight.
So that's what that does. And then I look like covered in stars that has 10 feet of bright light and 10 feet of dim light after that.
Yeah.
She looks like Algalon the Observer.
So I'm just
Sorry,
covered
that's a
in
WoW
stars.
reference thing. So I don't really know that.
And I don't think I can attack it this turn. Primal Savage. It's a 12 to hit on blue.
12 to hit on blue. I think it's going to miss.
Oh, I think it's
Yes, that is important.
still 12 to hit.
Come on, guys, Jesus. That will miss, unfortunately.
Hey.
I'm so sorry, I had to move this thing up.
I tried to do that earlier. You wouldn't. Now you're
Well, I wanted to be able to hit him. Okay, wait. So it's better to stay.
No, you can use whatever feels right in your heart. But if you do that's going to be like.
Do whatever you feel in your heart, but you should listen to me.
Do whatever you feel, but he might kill
I'll
us.
say I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay right there. And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. All right, enemies.
Like bad?
All right, which one is it? All right, the guy that's surrounded by 2 goblins is gonna drop his crossbow and pull out his short sword and just like try to like slash against these like annoying goblins that are pestering him. 13 to hit on the one that's in front of him. Okay. D6. 7 points of piercing damage, and they need to make a Constitution saving throw for what it's worth. I don't know how that would work with the reflections, but
Well, what is it? They roll a 9 on saving throw.
okay, so they would fail. They're going to take 7 points of piercing damage and then 21 points of poison damage to the one in front of him.
Poison damage.
What?
I chose him.
Holy metagame, Batman!
What is the resistance?
Huh?
What is the damage? It
Halves damage. Okay, so it would have the sword damage to 4. He would literally only take 4 damage.
Love that for him.
Let's see. I'm going to call that one number 2. Number 2 is 4.
Number 2. Rip. I for real thought you were just going to spell that purple with him. Like, apparently. RP.
Okay.
He's going to make another attack against the one in front of him, wondering like why his poison didn't take, but he's gonna hit him one more time. 22 to hit, so we're obviously not going to worry about poison. That's going to be 4 damage. The one in front of him still. He's still attacking the same one.
Well, he hit the magistrate.
You guys also saw the guards take hits from him too.
I saw the and you did describe the poison last time.
Okay, so Blue McBluerson is going to spin around and use his short swords against you, Gawain. I mean, he saw you like. Yeah, like he killed the guy outright. Like he's not too worried about you. 23 to hit, sir. Okay, so he has to re-roll it. Okay. 18 to hit. Whoops. Luck is not looking the right way here. 8 points of piercing damage, and then Constitution saving throw, please. No poison damage. Just the 8 points of piercing damage from the sword. He is going to attack you again. 21 to hit. Yeah. You got a 2 on the luck roll.
So like you see Hollyhock is so close. You see him like I kind of like block the poison or whatever, and then I see that my shoes are tied. I'm like, oh shit! I go to tie it, and just over my head.
Oh my god!
That's not want to trip. Yeah, you don't want to have one actually.
There are laces on boots. Like it's.
He's literally all the way up the boot.
It's just unlaced entirely.
Yeah.
Okay. Orange on the opposite side here is going to. Yep, he doesn't have any protection on that side. He's going to shoot the magistrate. It's gonna hit pretty much no matter what. Yeah.
Hey now, type down that confidence, bro.
Only if you do what's about that. Yeah, like go in Bribble pump something into
He made his saving throw, luckily enough, so he's you see the hit like strike him again like in the upper part of his shoulder, and but he's not looking too hot still. I definitely described them dying.
They weren't very well guarded.
He needs to. He's going to reload his crossbow since he's already fired.
He gets another attack. Oh, he gets a reload.
Yeah. He is going to. Nah, he's going to drop his crossbow and run in. He's going to attack Brandon. Yeah, actually, he's going to run in as far as he can get towards the magistrate. You are hidden, unfortunately, but once he comes like within the range of you, do a sleight of hand check for me, please.
I was like, 13.
You said 13? Okay, let's see here. He rolled a 20 on his perception check.
But he gets disadvantage. Because the Cloak of the Elven.
Yeah, Cloak of Elvenkind will give him that. Yeah. Remembering your things. He like goes by you and like all of a sudden like notices like this like lump of like dust and like stuff that all of a sudden happens to be a person. He's gonna make an attack against you.
Unless you have technical feet.
He would have to move out of your range, or you would have to have an ability that allows you to react. Like Sentinel, for example, allows you to attack someone when it moves within your reach, basically. It's only an 8 to hit, by the way. So Brennan, as hidden as you are, as he goes to strike you, you kind of dodge out of the way, and he misses you on the secondary attack. He's dead. So.
That doesn't look like grass.
Oh yeah, that guy was rolling. So he's dead. Wait, who's left? Who hasn't moved? The red one. That's right. Someone go ahead and pop the red guy out like 2 spaces so that he.
Maybe not the red one.
And he is going to use his crossbow and going to fire a shot at you, Marin. That is a natural 20.
Oh, Jaime. I'm right here.
Okay, 9 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And I need you to do a Constitution saving throw. Now you're resistant anyway too, right?
19.
Okay. Wow. You take 12 points of poison damage.
That's already half?
That's halved twice.
Okay.
Because it was a crit. You picked the right one to shoot there. He's also going to drop his crossbow and he's going to move actually behind the goblin that's attacking his friend in the front. In the front, the one that he hit. Yeah. Thank you. And he's going to attack him with his short swords. One of his short swords. 15 to hit. Okay, it's 9 damage, 9 piercing damage, and since he has advantage now on this attack, he's going to get sneak attack. It's a total of 23. Okay. He just kind of comes around as the goblin creature disappears. Oh. That is going to end the enemy's turn. Brennan, you are up, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action to disengage and then hide again.
Okay.
I'm gonna I think I'm gonna go over here. So. I'm gonna go over there.
Okay. And you're using cunning action to hide? I mean, it works either way. Either combination, he's going to use a bonus action and cunning action.
I'm gonna hide.
Okay. No attack?
I can't because.
Oh, the disengaged. I'm a good GM. I know how mechanics work. All right, is that your turn? Yes, you said that already. Fantastic. All right, Marin.
Okay. Well, shit.
Well, shit, indeed.
So Metra is still prone.
Yes, and he just took another hit. So.
I'm gonna go over to this guy. Right here, so I get advantage because the flank. And I'm going to attack him with my group.
You're attacking orange?
Yes.
Okay.
What does it look like? It looks like a big ass bone. It has like a strange aura of like frost coming off of it. Actually, it's just a giant frost bone. Okay. It has a little bit of bite marks on it.
Gribble, you're on deck, sir.
That's not good. That is a 16 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay. That is 12 damage.
Question mark?
Yes, 12.
Okay.
And then I'll use my second attack. Natural 20. Oh.
Nice.
That is a 7 as well for 14.
14.
So 24. No, yeah, this would be 14 plus. This would be
14
19.
plus 7?
19.
Okay.
That's what we do.
Yeah, because it'd be the 7 to the
But not the 14.
That's just the
Yeah, it was the guy with the yeah. And
Yeah, that's the turn. I'll move back this way. I'll use my move to move. I'll take an attack opportunity.
Okay.
That'd be my move.
20 to hit.
Hits.
8 damage from his sword, and then I need you to do a con saving throw.
That's a natural 1. Or a 4.
So you're only going to have it. 8 damage. 14 points of poison damage. At least you're resistant. I told you guys it was gonna be difficult. All right, Gribble.
Hey, that's me.
Hey, that's me.
We're gonna use one of those up 2 minutes.
And me, and me, and me.
I'm gonna do some hard
Bada bing.
Facing the wrong way, Gribble. Come on.
With a down magic gribble
copies are like.
When you count as threatening,
It's probably as negative flanking. Well, I'm gonna wild shape and do the
Oh, bitch, I got you.
Fuck yeah.
I got you, bitch.
Which, since wild shape was my action, I don't attack, right?
I got a good view of
you
this.
cannot.
That's
You
why
have to, yeah, you have to wild shape it. Did you already use your bonus action?
Isn't really
No, but I got used some.
Okay. Well, some saying you could use your.
We still have a spare one of these, right? Does anyone
I
not
think
have
that might be the last one.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Let's just
Because you can just have it roll. This is the first time I've seen that big.
Oh,
really good chunk. Compared to all these stouts and battery acid cheaters.
I almost drank all of his before letting me have the taste.
This is the one that I'm like,
You're gonna kill me?
Yes.
Wait.
I see, well, I assume I can see that Hollyhock is all fucked up, right?
yes.
I should look pretty fucked up.
I'm gonna pump for it.
And then Rebels kills one of his copies.
We found it.
And then heals a copy.
We found it.
You heal 12
She likes
and
it.
gain 4 convert.
I like it. First beer I've ever liked.
It's like being, I have to text you Jack immediately after this show.
Yeah, that's pretty much it sometimes. But you should be, those are the rules. We're breaking rules.
Yeah.
We like to break rules.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not sure if I like it.
I don't even like law.
Bullshit.
I don't discriminate.
I do.
Rebels turn.
We know.
Except Zendaya. Zendaya is super fucking hot. Zendaya, whatever. Oh, yeah. Right, beers.
Oh God.
Are we playing D&D?
Oh.
Hey, man.
Bro, more for us.
And next time on Legacy of Frost and Blood, we're gonna.
Perfect time for commercial.
Last time on Legacy of Frost and Blood. I don't like.
And it just.
It's all right. I can bleep it out in editing. I need to work on it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. It was a good derailing. I approve. Let's move.
I'm an equal opportunity lover.
That's the end of Gribble's turn. His reflection. He's gonna go here and attack orange.
Okay. Orange.
Why would you let me?
Yes.
There's nothing we can do.
God damn it.
12 will miss.
Number one's gonna attack me.
Dude. God damn it. That's not a 12. God, this is
Oof.
That's the other trick.
Orange roll.
What else you got, Gribbs?
That's it.
Okay. All right. Moves us to Syl, and Dara, you are on deck.
Alrighty.
Mr. Marinser, please come help your associate.
Alright. I'm gonna go around this way. I begin to preemptively start apologizing to Griddle for all I'm about to do. No. And I take one of my hands. This lightning starts to spark around it, and I just let unleash with a lightning strike. Straight line hitting red, green, and Griddle.
Okay.
So maybe
Lightning bolt, right?
yeah, lightning bolt. So I have to make a check save. Your Griddle has to make a
Okay.
check save.
Red.
86.
Instead of me to come help you.
I kind of forgot about it. He's definitely
Oh, he's resistant to lightning damage. Oh, so he's gonna take half of this. Cool. He might
I have so many resistances.
They both fail.
I'm like,
I'm in their paper.
Basically.
Resistance. Paper's pretty resistant.
It's just a reflection.
they take 25 points of lightning damage.
Ouchies.
25.
That's red, right?
Rather than go down depending on the
I round up.
So that's
13.
Cool. Number one is being unique.
And you know what? I'm gonna do what you around. You know, I'm just gonna spend 2 sorcery points to
Quicken spell?
Yep. Cantrip. And I'm going to Ray of Frost Rare.
Do your thing.
That's red.
No. That's messed up. That's going to be 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
And he's going to take 6 points of frost damage. Cold damage.
It's very uncomfortable.
And its speed is reduced by 10 until start of his next turn.
That was red, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
And get that.
Movement?
Action, attack, and move. Shit. I actually have push. That's my bad for not actually. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Dara, you are up, madam. Madam? Madam what? Hmm. No, they're busy. It's okay. Wayne, you're on deck whenever you're.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna do. Sneak attack.
That pizza's popular. Okay, attacking Mr. No marker. Yeah.
With the short sword.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attack, or you have advantage since you are flanking with Senior Vice. Yeah, roll again no matter what. Yeah. Roll your damages. What's the damage? Dad joke. No, it's a dad at Applebee's. Yeah, you have sneak attack for sure. 22 damage? Cool. You watch as you plunge your first short sword into the individual, right into probably like just underneath his ribs, and he just like all the air like escapes out of his lungs for a moment as he looks up into your face and goes, "They'll find you," and falls prone in front of you, dead. You also notice as the hood falls off, long brown hair flowing out the back. It is a female.
She's dead.
She looks pretty dead.
She's drop dead gorgeous.
No, she's not hot anymore because she's in post mortis. But you know, normally they turn pretty cold afterwards because the ability of the body to generate, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Guys, give me a volume adjustment. Alex, speak up and answer your question. That was the person that you saw ordering the others around, yes. Is it an hour? Yeah, that's fine. How do I mark you as dead? Alright, whatever.
Okay, yeah.
Fuck it.
Swings will figure out on the blue, right?
Blue? Okay.
Then I would like.
Roll your damage for your whales on Mr. Blue. And after Dara, we're at the top of the initiative order once more. 3 damages.
I'm gonna go back and then use my bonus action to.
Okay. Now, you may need cover of some sort because you are not Brennan, unfortunately. So you can definitely adjust how you want to. So Brennan's got a Cloak of Elvenkind, which pretty much allows him to hide in plain sight. For you to like hide, yeah, you would need to find like a point of cover, like somewhere where you can hide behind or put yourself out of line of sight of the enemies. That does work. So that's an appropriate move and hide if she wants to do that. Do a stealth check for me though. Perfect. That'll do. Anything else? All right, Mr. Gambler.
I'm gonna attack that guy right there with advantage because I'm flanking with Holly.
Yes.
Natural 20. Before I decide what I'm doing, can I look at Hollyhock and say, please get out of here? What do I see in her face? Does it look like she'll get out of here? Okay. I'm using maneuvering strike.
Oh,
yeah, 26 points of damage.
Ouch. That's some damage. 20 to hit.
Yeah, I did that. And then you get to move half your speed without any kind of opportunity.
No. Don't want him. Classic Family Guy. Whee!
Yeah, I'm gonna attack him again.
Yep. Pardon me.
That is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just a standard attack. Hold on, let me take that maneuver out. If you have questions, ask me in RP.
Oh.
Okay.
Yep.
It's like,
14 points of damage.
Okay.
And,
Achievement unlocked. Gawain's bragging.
You know what, dude? I'm actually gonna go into water stance. No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go into stone stance.
Okay, fair.
And you see, like, his blade kind of like go up like this, and his like legs are like spread apart, and I get plus 3 days.
Yarp. All right, Vice, you're up. Sorry about giving warnings here too. Hollyhock, you're on deck after.
So,
I didn't even brag. I'm saying like he was asking me like, "Whoa, what's going on?" I just wanted to ask me.
Brag didn't care.
I don't want to tell him later.
Correct. boom, and then boom, boom. Sorry.
Knocked over the goblet.
Okay, so this guy, he fucks right up. I'm going to try to hit him with my mace.
So you're attacking on a diagonal, I think, right? Because the goblin's in that square in front of him.
So that means that you have it's 10 feet away from you.
You have to consider the longest distance whenever you're attacking at a diagonal.
Yeah, okay.
Or you also could technically like move through the magistrate if you wanted to and get to the opposite side, like there.
No, put me back. I don't want to be there. I got something in mind for
Okay.
Sorry, my bad.
No, you're fine. That's okay. Just wanted to catch it.
So I will do
Goblet
Oh,
time.
Goblin time.
13 to hit.
That will miss, unfortunately.
Okay, so that didn't work. I will attempt to hit him just with my haste action.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just gonna try that. Oh, can I roll for beats and like that?
You should have another Eldritch Blast beam. Yeah.
I'll try it again.
Sorry, I thought you did both. Oh, look at that! Yeah. I'm rolling so bad tonight, guys. Sorry.
No, you're good. So,
That was a lot of dice.
6. Crit.
It's 12.
Suck my ass. That's his type, right? I don't know.
Okay.
Don't look at me like that. I eat your shit.
So, I'm annoyed.
You're annoyed.
Dara killed the person I played. I was like, damn it. So this bitch gotta go back to option number 1. So Vice runs over there, doesn't one as he's running, he is one, so it fails because he's running because he's so mad. And then he stands in front of him and does a second one. Just crit.
Yep.
What do you want me to look at?
Are you done after that, or are you out more?
He wants me to look at something real quick.
Well, you can reapply your Hexblade's Curse as a bonus action
Oh, I don't.
after you've cast it once.
Right now. So I'm gonna use.
Praise the goblet. Wow. Cheers.
First, you didn't save me from a mistake, and now this.
So as my bonus action, I am going to shove this bitch to the rubble. So it's a telekinetic shove.
Okay. Does he have to roll a strength saving throw?
Yes.
Where are you, Mr. Orangey Orange? He rolled a 12, so.
Doesn't make it.
Doesn't make it? Okay. You get to push him how far you need to.
So that's up to 30s, but I don't know how many. I want to put them.
The direction can be anywhere probably in like this cone. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it matters. I think that's only for movement. Like if you're being shoved and like pushed through shit, then the terrain doesn't matter because you're flying through the fucking air. Yeah.
And since I had a
Knock him prone too. He should definitely be prone after that. Like if he does catch anything, he's gonna like be not on his feet.
Okay, and as I shoved him, I was like, I need answers, and I shoved him.
Spicy. All right. What else you got for me, Ab? Yeah. Are you done?
I don't want to. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Hollyhock. Oh, look at that. Some healing.
Guys, please stop with the fanfic and the shipping, okay?
Start it right now. But I know for a fact that I see.
No, you roll them for healing, yes. Because it's based off of your modifier and whatnot. Woo!
Not awesome. So,
Hey, healing word is not great, but it definitely helps out a lot. Oh, absolutely. You notice where magic's coming from. You can tell. Pew!
What is your healing word?
Oh.
What is the word?
So does the star ability allow you to cast a cantrip and like do guiding bolt in the same turn? Because I think we're is it like I don't know if there's a feature with that class that lets you do that. Because normally you have to do like a cantrip and then it has to be lower than the original spell. Yeah, like you can't do 2 spells basically in a turn.
Well, I won't tell you all this, but maybe on your star shape that you did, that might let me do it. I'm not sure what.
I don't know how the casting works with it. I can actually. Yeah, no, you're fine. Do you still want to heal or do you still want to shoot him? Okay. So you still have an action for whatever else. Just I don't think spell. I'm gonna look here too. Ooh, good song. So basically, the way it goes is like if you use an action to cast a spell, you can only use a cantrip afterwards in that same turn, even if it's a bonus action.
A-level spell healing.
Yeah,
In turn.
that works.
You can use a cantrip as your
Yeah,
action.
that absolutely works. That's a saving throw, right? Some variety. Oh, I'm thinking the thing is Sacred Flame. I'm dumb. What was it? Okay, that will do it. Is that on Mr. Blue? I'm assuming. Okay. All of a sudden, like a portion of his cloak just catches fire, and he like just tries to like pat it out. He also does not look so good. Enemies are going to be up next, and then Brennan, you're after they try to kill everybody. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Numero uno. What fucking color are you? Oh yeah, that's right. This one. He is going to run forward as far as he can get. He'll take an attack of opportunity from your reflection there, Alex. Green.
Okay. Run forward. I assume he was this.
Yeah, he's going after.
Side?
Yeah.
Oh, that's 22.
Oof. Yeah, that'll do it.
He's so happy he learned little giddy jump.
It's a very goblin sound.
Dribbling and everything like
Oh, dude, she totally could have because her star back or the available is an ability that her star
I
back.
fucking knew it.
does it say you can cast?
Twice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, she can have no. Without sending a spell slot, it's just an ability.
It's just it's not a spell technically. All right, what's your hit?
He takes 8 damage and a straight spike.
What was his attack roll?
22.
Okay, yeah. 8 damage, you said?
It's after
Okay.
that once he-
Strength shouldn't matter because he's next to it. Okay. Sil, he's going to attack you with his short swords, and he's just kind of like going into like a frenzy after you literally like shock the shit out of him. You see his hair like all poofed out.
Still like sparking.
17 to hit. 17. Shield. Okay. He'll attack you again, trying and gets a fucking 2. So he just kink, 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 kink.
Just holding my staff in front of me as that honeycomb shield.
Okay. Yummy. Me want honeycomb now. Alright. The blue one is going to spin around and also attack Gawain because that's just where he's going here. Ooh, 25 to hit. Last one. All right. You made him re-roll a 19, so and then he got an 18.
Oh, hell yeah. So basically, he goes to attack me, and I slip, and then he goes to
Well, no, he hit you on the second one. He got an 18.
Oh,
Oh, that's right. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Okay, I didn't think of the extra AC. Okay, my bad. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay, well he missed you on that, so I guess he's gonna try again.
I just love that he said it before I did.
Yeah, it was good.
22 to hit?
That was a hit me.
Okay.
So,
He's kind of mad. He's raging. 7 piercing damage. And con save, please.
that is 17.
I wasn't there. I'm sorry. That was
There was 7 and then plus half of whatever this is, right?
Yeah.
I'm at 17.
You got a 17. Okay, yeah, you made the save. Which is 8 damage. Poison damage. Orange is going to stand up, and he is going to pull back out his crossbow and fire a shot directly at the magistrate. No, actually, Marin, you're right there, huh? Yeah, you're on that cardinal side. Okay, he's gonna shoot you, Marin.
Why don't you fucking talk? This is my third fucking bullet.
You got an 8, so that's not happening. He's going to stand up and move 1 space, attempting to move out of the shit, so like towards you. He was, so he had to use half his movement, and so he's got like 1 space basically of movement left. That was orange.
Oh, it was me. Why did you think that?
Oh yeah, I caused this.
Go ahead and move red to Phil's flank. Yep, right there. And he's going to attack you with short swords. That is a 17 to hit. You have shield still up, right? Yep. And that's a 16 to hit, so no dice. It's just like, let me in!
Reading a book.
drinking. I just like got some scotch.
Okay, that brings us to Brennan.
Alright. I'm gonna snipe this guy. Snipe the blue guy.
Ooh, I like this song better. Never mind.
And I also have a good pitch. I don't know what front, but I already told me so. I'm hitting.
Yes.
Not 20.
You didn't say sharpshooter, so it doesn't.
Yeah, I did.
Did you really?
Yeah, he did.
He said snipe.
He rolled it at the same time. It's fine. I'll,
We have audio footage.
So roll
Footage.
dude. So that's gonna be. I would roll. Not even, dude.
Yeah, roll actual dice.
Right here.
Uh-huh.
Roll it. Plus 5. Sorry. Plus 5.
Plus 5 to that.
Yes.
So you have 11.
Plus 10.
21.
And then roll your d6 and double it.
Wait, roll.
Your sneak attack.
This guy was already dead, so it doesn't matter. But I want to see how much it is.
Roll the sneak.
Yeah, yeah. Roll that and then double it. So
So
30
30
plus
plus the 21, so
50.
Jesse laid around.
okay. Which one was it? The blue? Okay, go ahead.
Last session, Darwin had the goofy character, and then me and him had a beer, and we had a draft house, and I was like, dude, your character sucks, and we fucking
So, Brendan, as you pull back the bow on your string, you like reach back almost as far as you can and loose this arrow that all of a sudden just like shoots directly through this individual. And as he like is going for another strike against Gawain, the arrow just pierces right through his neck and through the opposite side and exits on the other. And he just all of a sudden his like neck just kind of like creaks to the side, and you see his head literally half like connected to the rest of his neck with a very small piece of skin. Just
I would like to have a moment where I'm like, what the hell? And I look over, I see that it's him.
Yep.
And then I'm like, you're welcome. But
No.
it's actually hi.
No.
You wasted the moment.
You wasted the middle finger.
Oh,
That would have been too good.
But now I know that Holly healed me, who was with him, and then
Yeah, you might be like okay a little bit. All right, Brendan. After an amazing kill, like, what else you want to do? You got a movement, bonus action, and hiding. Okay.
I'll just stay. Well, actually, I want to move. I want to feel some flavor. Yeah, I'll go with it. And I get the +5 AC.
Because you're gonna go after this guy, you probably should have rolled to hide.
Roll to hide?
Well, it's up to him, but
Do a stealth
that
check.
would be pretty freaking cheap.
With the advantage? With the advantage? Does 31 get me?
You literally fucking disappear.
Yeah, he sees me and I'm like,
You're no longer in the encounter. You just like completely transcended it. Yeah.
I'm just in my lodge, just like feet kicked up. Just,
And that's the Henrietta.
All right, Gribble, you're up, sir, and Sil, you're on deck.
You've had like, fuck, I was gonna do something big.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, Marin, sorry. Jesus Christ. Undo. Going back. I already had it like on the other side. I thought I was on it.
I'm just gonna. I'll move this to this one and attack that.
Okay. In the shit. It's open. Like, yeah, that's all open still. Yeah, absolutely.
15 to hit.
15 will miss.
Second attack. That is.
No, it's just on moving in and out of it. Yep.
Natural 19 plus 8, so
27
27.
is fine. Which is that? Orange, right?
13 damage.
Okay. 1-3.
And but while I'm still in touch range, I can't because I need to use bonus actions. We're good. That's my turn.
All right. No, you're good. Gribble, now you're officially up. Sorry.
So, one space, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yes. Yeah, it's just a division in the middle. Those are
Is difficult
the
terrain.
Would you move me to American Woods?
Is this part of the circus?
I'm the wolf.
Mark.
This has to be fun.
To attack red there.
You have reach.
That's one.
No, that's adjacent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do your attack.
Appreciate it.
Oh my god.
Damn it. 7 to hit.
Nah, I don't think so.
I guess so.
That dice goes to dice jail.
I was very proud of it.
It's a lot cooler than the RPG.
It worked great for me last time.
Well, anyway, our reflections are really there. I'm going to move this reflection up to green and attacking.
Gordon, can you move his dude for him?
This one? Here?
In between. Adjacent. Can you want us to do?
Adjacent.
Can you want us?
No,
Opposite side.
check it wampus.
Or right here, the flank? Or, okay.
The only place you haven't gone. You couldn't have described that any harder.
Here's Catty Wampus.
I use Catty Wampus.
Perspective on my side often works too, if you want to try to orient stuff.
This character speaks so many fucking languages, and gibberish is not what it is.
Why are you I told you not to use this
I use a different one.
Was that a Miseroni?
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
Jesus.
there was 6 or something.
That's marriage when your wife tells you
Okay.
Whoa. Can someone help him? Someone help.
Typical terrain.
I tried to attack one. I'm done with that shit.
No, that you don't get to say you're done. You're recruited.
No, you can.
Yeah, I'm attacking. 33 Patty Wampus.
I'll use it.
Yeah. Go. 21.
Woo! He rolled the thing that actually did
Roll my
it.
dice.
Yeah.
That's making me think of like Bruce or Winkles.
Which one are you attacking?
Orange.
Orange. Okay.
Take your card damage.
And his strength is reduced by.
Okay.
Which did you get green by the way? Last turn. For the attack 14. Reduced by 2.
Yeah, the strength doesn't really do a whole lot for them, so but I have it marked here in the notes.
If it reduces all the way to 0, we just not.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
That's true.
That's the end of my.
Oakley dokley. Sill.
You know, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Thunderclap. So each creature within the range of 5 feet, which is both of them, will
Yeah.
have to make a con saving throw.
Which ones are those? Green and red? Okay.
Chris is in.
You said Dex or Con? Okay. I knew that wasn't right. Green got an 18 and red. Fucking goddamn it, man. Got a natural 1.
So the one that made it's not gonna take any damage.
Cool.
On that,
That is
thunder damage. So
red.
it's gonna be 10 points of thunder damage.
Boop.
And as soon as I cast a spell with lightning or thunder damage, I get to choose a creature within 10 feet of me to take 4 points of lightning or thunder damage. So the one
Oof.
that's saved is going to take 4 points of lightning damage.
Okay. That is green, right? Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not that much. Jesus fuck.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's
Ah!
Don't punch it out. Did you like?
yes, I did. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and quicken spell
I opened it
another
so much
cantrip.
later.
Yep.
So same thing, thunderclap again.
Okay. Con saves for both.
Yep.
That's a fail. Fat fail with a fat fucking 4.
On one only.
And that's a fat fucking 7. So yeah, they both fail. They suck.
So they're both going to take 2d6 thunder damage.
How much?
2d6.
Oh.
So they both take 6 points of thunder damage.
6. Okay. Wow.
And
Does that ability work again?
yep,
The 4?
anytime I cast a spell with lightning or thunder damage. So I'm going to choose green dude again to take 4 points of lightning damage.
Green. Okay. Gotcha.
And yeah, that's my turn. I'm going to stay there.
Cool. All right, Dara. And then top of the order, Green. We're coming back to you. Sneaky, sneaky.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking. I was gonna do. That's what I was thinking.
Someone please help me.
I'm just trying to. I was gonna use attacks with short bow. Orange guy. Yeah, so it's sneak attack.
Yeah, no worries.
So
Earned 10 free bucks that I basically had. You don't owe me money. Like I said, I burned it for burning it. So you guys didn't want to take my $2 for my DM fee, so whatever. Well,
You guys didn't give me money, so I watched it.
that hits him.
I have a question over
Hmm?
terrain. Is that
2 feet for every 5 over.
Yeah, it just takes twice as much movement points.
right when you said it.
You should have missed that.
That's okay.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
I hit him, but nothing really happened.
Let her catch up.
Well, if you were one back Cuban arrows, he's in the with the right there.
6, and then do you want to smoke that? I assume so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Since you used
You definitely have a sneak attack.
Oh yeah.
You're learning. Eventually, you'll get like super quick and knowing where to click your stuff. 18.
Could you not?
Before you use your whales, as you pop out of this side of the pillar and draw back with your the short bow, Jesus Christ. As this individual makes his last like attack against you, Merritt, all of a sudden an arrow just hits him basically right in the side of his temple, and he falls dead.
That's 2 kills. That's 2 kills on
That's a kill shot.
Okay. No, I just don't want to use
Oh, yeah, because
They're all way over there, yeah.
And I already used my first sheets.
you're going to hit this paper target.
Do you use fire attack? Have you used fire attack? You can have an hand at least.
Or you can dash.
Or dash.
I like that.
So if you use dash, it doubles your full movement. But you could pretty much dash for another 30 minutes.
Okay, yeah, sick.
Or you could dash for 15 feet.
Is there a space that I can kind of? No, that's also rough right there.
Yeah.
That's all shit.
Pretty much this whole thing is broken.
Okay, yeah, let's do 15.
Oakley Dokley.
On my turn,
Gawain Reno.
I'm gonna go behind here to flank, but as I'm moving through here, instead of it being like I'm walking through, I'm gonna wait till Gordon finishes. Already done.
Always.
Instead of moving like normally, I actually like friggin' Naruto parkour through this like.
Do an acrobatics check for me.
That is.
That's pretty good job.
That is 16.
All right.
I'll let you count.
Merry Christmas.
I try to push this shell.
Well, it's really heavy, so you need 2 ones.
Yeah.
Actually, you need something super strong.
I'm gonna attack that guy
Yep.
with advantage. That's a 22 to hit.
Yep.
I'm gonna.
Damn.
What is he holding right now?
Short swords.
I'll disarm him.
Is it strength, right?
Yeah.
I do a -1. I'll just have to do the math myself. He rolled a 5. All thanks to Gribble's -1 from the -2 strength he gave him too. Yeah. Ping.
That's 12 points of damage. I'm gonna attack him.
You did say green, right?
Yeah. Natural 20.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm gonna disarm his other weapons.
I mean, might just disarm him by cutting his arms off.
I mean, don't predict the flavor quite yet.
For 24 points of damage.
So you go ahead and disarm him by slicing off his hand on one strike, and then you kind of like go to go to hit his other arm, and he just kind of like is reeling there, and you just slice him right across his neck as he.
I'm gonna look at Sue and be like, and then I'm gonna go. Oh wait, hold on.
He definitely got a little spray on you, by the way.
I'll just
Prestidigitation. Ultimate cleaning. He is very dead.
Does that mean that I can move into his space over here?
Yeah, it's a corpse.
You're standing on a corpse.
I'm gonna attack that guy right there. With my fire stance.
Okay.
I'm gonna go into fire stance.
Welcome to Fighter, sir.
That is a 17 to hit.
Yep, you got him. The old one. Wait, how much?
11 plus damage.
11?
That's a 1 plus the gambler's play.
Oh, the gambler's plan and dueling. I'm just like, and this, and this, and this, and this. I'm like, you rolled a fucking d4 and rolled a 1. Like, where's the 10 coming from all of a sudden? Holy shit.
Plus 5 and then the gambler's play.
fuck everything.
Still 5, 7.
And you guys were worried.
Yeah. I didn't take a single point.
Are you done with your sir? All right.
I'm not doing too great.
Vice,
Wait, your turn?
it's your turn.
Red.
Literally
Well, this red. He's also
No,
black.
that red.
And Holly, you're on deck if we get that far.
Yeah.
Not to predict anything, but
We're best friends. Fuck am I?
That's what I'm
Mine's
saying.
all-
Damn.
Yeah, Tyler.
I was like, hey, hi, buddy. I'm gonna smack him with some blasts.
What?
you're in melee range, I think, right?
Huh?
You're in melee
We're
range.
doing diagonal this time.
Oh, is she diagonal?
Yeah.
I can't see.
Be diagonal.
Okay, that's fine.
17 to hit.
That'll hit.
9 points of damage.
9 damages.
And then
Beam number 2.
try to hit him with my mace. 26 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
10 points of bludgeoning damage.
How would you like to do this, Abby?
Oh, thank God. Okay, so
Good timing on the
hit
music
him
too.
with one blast, misses. He dodges. Vice is getting really annoyed, so he hits him again with it. And as he hits him, he doesn't wait for it to hit. He just brings it around and hits him right in the neck and brings it back.
Oh, something like Eldritch Blast, dropping, and then baseball.
Thank you.
There it is.
Thank you for the old memes.
Taco Bell.
That's really what it is. Yeah.
That's a meme from back in my.
Yeah, I did. And then eventually, when the encounter is like, can you stop?
I need to go to the bathroom.
Yep, that's fine. Go ahead. No, real quick.
I'll look it up. Disappointment.
Quick. Let's do
We moving?
10:15. We will move. Let's go ahead and do it now. Let's take a break until 10:15, and I'll reposition and we'll get into the RP zone. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Congratulations, you survived your very first encounter in my campaign, and no one died or got unconscious other than the enemy. So I consider that a win-win in most capacity. That you did, sir.
Gawain will wipe the blood off his blade from one of the dead guy's cloaks, and then like do that thing where he slips them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not
You know what I'm saying?
Places it back in your
But
scabbard.
like all cool though.
Much cooler than that description. What about you, Vice? Did you have something you wanted to do?
Oh, I meant to say this, but I didn't go to the bathroom really quick. But so as I hit the mace in the corner of his neck and I brought him to me, I wanted to like hit his I would be dead in the eye. I said, say hi to Bane and hell for me.
For those interested or have an interest in it, do some religion checks for me.
Well, I can't really know that.
Intelligence. Who uses that stat? Ooh, all right. We have a wise one. So Hollyhock, hearing it in passing, but like definitely being able to key into it. You know, Bane is one of the demonic rulers of Bator, which is the 9 layers of hell. Bane in particular is a very individual that's associated a lot with like militaristic stuff. One very common, I think, perspective here that you would know, because you would see this iconography. Let me see if I can actually find the picture here real quick. I should have it. All right, bear with me here. I'm going to try and find it. That background's gonna come in here eventually once I actually decide to. That too. Oh, it's not quite going on.
Fireworks again.
I think some people actually think it's still
That's a really shitty fucking picture, but it's the best I could do. That's oh shit. Oh no, someone knows the reference. But yeah, it basically looks very similar. Yeah, that's a shitty picture. I'll see if I can find a better one at some point. But you know that that's what Vice is referring to, which is maybe a little unsettling because demons and devils and the lords of Bator is not really something you want to hang around with very often. But maybe you know something more. As you all finish up the blows on the last couple of the assassins that have tried to kill you, you all kind of take stock of like what's going around you very briefly, and then all of a sudden you start to hear the sounds of clinking plate mail, and all of a sudden like marching as you hear, and then you hear all of a sudden just tears in the tent around you, and you see like streaming in probably several like almost a dozen, more than a dozen guards of the Silver Legion, which is the
Well, and me and Gawain as I stand up, my niece.
okay.
I want to kind of look around and take stock of how everyone is.
So Gawain looks kind of messed up. Marion's definitely taken a beating, but he seems relatively okay despite being definitely pretty beaten up. And the magistrate is still prone on the ground. You can see he's got like two crossbow bolts still in him, and like you see portions of like where two of them hit, the one on his side and the one in the back of his like back. That are still like purplish, greenish, like it looks terrible, and like a large portion of that over his body, and he's like struggling to breathe, but he is still alive.
I'm going to kind of slap my way towards the magistrate.
So far, the guards are like just kind of like surrounding the area. You see them like pointing and shouting, "Oh, there! What are they doing? Go over there!" And you just see people like kind of like shuffling around. You can see one individual who isn't wearing a helmet and has kind of like sandy, like blondish hair, make his way up and like look at the majority of your group and go, "Over here, survivors! They're armed." Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to use it? That's a huge bitch. I mean, sorry. That was the reference I had to use.
That's a huge individual.
Mm.
I actually want to follow behind Gribble and see his magistrate.
I want to learn.
Gribble, go ahead and do a medicine check for me.
Sure. Would I be able to assist with it? Since I like the magistrate's like right next to me.
Sure.
Okay. So
You have advantage, Gribble.
Cool. Because I rolled now. 1 and then 2. What the fuck?
I thought it was
You kind of look over. You look over Corbin, and you're just like, yeah, he's fucked up. There's not much more I can do at this point.
Total of 5.
He's got poison in him.
Gribble, how's he look?
We were just helping. We saved him. Look, you see around those dead bodies, we did that. Well, but there was bad.
He kind of takes a sword and like points it at us and goes, "Drop your weapons."
No, what? That's a goblin. Oh wait, you're not pointing at me. You're pointing at me. You're pointing at me.
There's a goblin. There's a goblin here.
Don't worry about the goblin.
We've never done this.
Bring the second portion of the gas in.
You robbed me earlier at the tavern as well.
Shut up, all of you.
So I'm actually pointing at him.
I'm going to put the bone on my back and still not even caring about these cards at this point. I'm going to cast Lesser Restoration on the Magistrate to cure the poison.
Okay, just using it to cure the poison.
I've been blocking my ability to try to find the rest of my castmates and friends to try to see if they're all right.
As of right now, you guys are like surrounded. But we'll get to that here in a second too. Do a stealth check for me at a disadvantage.
So just a regular roll?
Yeah.
Pretty
good.
Hold on. I would, because it was right next to him, I would be like, hey, that guy's gonna go away.
With a 30?
I don't know. I want to try.
Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah, look at me like, this is the over like, must have been the way.
They rolled a 21 on their perception check with advantage from Gawain pointing you out. So you definitely like make a move to like sneak like between them, and get past like a large portion of the guards until you pass right next to one, and they detect that you're there.
Yeah, I'm like, I think I'm
One of them like grabs you all of a sudden and goes, "Where do you think you're going?"
And then when you look at me, I just go.
Being pointed out, surrounded, and like otherwise like told where you are like almost directly. It's like basically like if you were invisible, but like someone pointed literally exactly where you were, and they like grab in your direction. The guard lieutenant, Marin, actually walks up to where you are and goes, "Please step away from the magistrate." He kind of like looks him over and like brings over like a couple of the other guards that like walk over and like kneel down and like start inspecting him, and goes, they nod back in his direction, goes, "Very well. What all can you tell me of what happened to you?" What is that? Clap it in irons.
First time I've ever met this guy.
Two of the guards grab you from each of your sides.
Between them.
What are they called, the guards?
One thing at a time. So I'm sorry. Bear with me here. So what did you want to do?
So, find it for my friend, but if he's in it with us, we're all in this together. So,
A couple of the guards that are like in position like look back towards the lieutenant and goes, "What is he?"
it's a goblin.
It.
Cannot see. It's a new breed of goblin. It's a deer blood.
Do a deception check for me.
The best man.
One of the like guards kind of like looks back and goes,
I want to do the research.
but like one of the looks goes, "Was he a part of this group that surrounded the magistrate and helped stop whatever these are?" And he like grabs like one like cloak of like one of the assassins nearby.
Was of assistant. Have your copies still there? Oh shit.
Yeah, there's probably
Oh yeah, there's only one of them died. Yeah.
Those are real goblins right there. I just wanted to.
kind of like look around at like these like strange looking like almost like paper like figures basically and goes, what on earth? No, they've like kind of like relaxed back and let you go. What on earth happened? There was screaming and then we got a call that there was an accident at the circus.
I'm gonna look at him and say, hey Steve, how's it going? Because I've been arrested so many fucking times. You know, how's the family?
My name's not Steve.
Okay, whatever.
It's all wrong.
Listen, let me tell you what happened. We received a summons to come here.
I pulled it out of my bag here.
Yes. And we came here, and we were attacked by those guys wearing clothes. The magistrate, they were trying to kill the magistrate, I believe, and we saved him heroically. I think we probably deserve a reward, but anyway, we'll talk about that later. Let's table that for later. And
As he telling you guys about, I'm gonna walk over to the leader and grab her paper and pull it up. This is the leader.
there was a leader. She's dead.
Oh yeah, she's dead, and I drop in her face just like.
She died. We killed her, but it was self-defense, I promise.
They blew up the fucking gate. They blocked it. Yep.
I did see that. That was not good.
I'm afraid yes, certainly I seem to be legitimate, but I'm sure that the Knight Captain will have questions. I must ask you all to return with me to the garrison. It's not too far. At the moment, you're under investigation, yes.
Sir, please, I need to make sure that the rest of the cast is alright.
And as you mentioned that, you actually see pushing through like a couple of the guards going, where is she? Where the? Oh my gosh, they're alive. Oh, what were you two doing? Why didn't you run? And you guys see Fabian like saying there, like dust all over his face, dirt, like half of like part of his like shirt and pants ripped, like it looks like he's in terrible shape. These are mine. They're innocent. Whatever you did, especially this one. He didn't do anything that you might have seen him do. 100%. You didn't do anything. I mean, no, never mind. No. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Please, yes, Lieutenant. Might I ask where they're going? It's like they're being taken to the garrison. I'm sure the Knight Captain will have questions for them. Then we'll probably be able to release them once we've found out what had occurred here. They have surrounded you and they have weapons drawn, but they haven't put any irons on yet. They had a couple drawn for him, but they have since then held those back. So.
I dust off Fabian's shoulders a little bit and tell him we'll be alright.
Oh, don't.
Fabian, you need to take.
Oh no.
She got crushed.
You see him like reach his hand up like to his face. He you see a complete like 180 in the very like bright demeanor he has. You see him like fine. I'll ask Storm. He'll know what to do. Did any others get hurt? I didn't see anyone. There was a massive crowd. It was a mess for however long. We weren't even able to make it in to the section of the grounds to even do anything.
All I know is that Flame's dead, and I thought you
Oh, I'm worse for wear. She took care of that, and he kind of like looks like super like off into the distance, realizing like what had happened. You'll be all right, won't you? The two of you.
Not the first time.
I hopefully the last. Who are your friends? Well,
I don't know, friends. Definitely, yeah. We go way back.
Very interesting group. Very, very well. Lieutenant, please. These two are the part of my troop. They're incredibly important. So the others, I thank them for what they've done. Um, well, understandably, but please bring them back safely. And Lieutenant just kind of nods and like directs like a couple of the guards to like kind of flank next to you and this way, please. Yeah, they don't stop you.
Okay, and then as we're walking, I'm gonna reach in my pocket for a ball bearing, and I'm just gonna try and flick it at his pipe in hopes to like crack the bottom of it.
Do a sleight of hand check for me.
Being my dexterity so high, is there anything I can do to like?
Let me see what your rolls.
21.
Do an acrobatics check for me.
Oh shit, it's 12.
Gawain, go ahead and do a acrobatics check for me. Is that how that goes? Just shake the. I'll shake the laptop.
Okay.
21. Okay. You go to flick your ball bearing, and it heads directly for it, but in the like instant before it would strike, Gawain, you managed to like bat it like basically out of the way.
Did I see him do it? Oh no, he rolled super high.
He rolled a really high sleight of hand, so you didn't see that happen.
So big,
I don't know what that was.
So your group is taken outside of the fairgrounds, and you're escorted basically due south of where you are, which is this is on the east side of the city where the main entrance is. The garrison itself is basically just like a walled off section almost of the east side of the city. It's not really much more than just a small little like almost fort of the area that Onabera is kind of like set aside for it.
Just like
And
into the wall.
kind of. If you look at the map for Onabera in the Discord, you'll see that like small little section is basically like a little diamond almost. Yeah, I guess that is what it looks like. But and that section right there is basically a complex where the garrison is set. So it's not super far away. Luckily enough, that's why they were able to respond as quickly as they did. As the majority of you kind of make your way like through the festival, you guys actually pass a large crowd of people that are being like walled off by the remainder of like some of the guards, and they're like looking around and like pointing, and like you can see just like all sorts of like conversation like occurring at you guys. Yeah, the magistrate is like being like escorted along and like carried almost by like three separate guards as he's like barely able to walk. The majority of you make your way to the outside, basically, of the garrison, and are led in through this like giant section of like double doors that's on the intersection of the gate. And as you make your way in, you start to notice the interior of the garrison itself. And we're gonna change our.
It's a wolf. Possible seconds. Again.
That one, please. Thank you. Oh, good color change. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Some tasty colors.
Do I ever see Steve?
Aldrin, you like see at the head of the column, yes.
Steve's on leave.
But Steve the guard is not on duty.
I'm gonna go up and like, yeah, I'm sorry, I called you Steve. What was it? Bob?
You can call me Lieutenant.
Steve? That's your name. Are you Lieutenant? Like the Lieutenant is your name and also your title. That's kind of fucked up.
Do you want your mouth to be also imprisoned?
I don't know what that means, so I'm just gonna go back to my friends.
I mean, you're walking along with two guards on either side of you that like kind of bump you in. You all make your way into the intersections of the garrison halls, and you can see it's very like low ceilings, but you can tell that it's fairly usable for like the purposes of like what is generally a large barracks. As you walk in, Vice and Gawain, you start to notice like there are not many exits in the area itself. It almost like seems like there are very few windows. Like you can see that there's like candle lights, chandeliers, but there's almost like no way out of it other than almost the way that you came in. The Hollyhock and Gribble, you guys start to notice that there's like very few like aspects of like sunlight coming in, except in a very far corner where you can actually see what looks like a small chapel. That looks like if there is a small amount of sunlight coming in and like ivy that's almost like growing around the section of it. It seems to be like a very old portion of the barracks itself. Dara, Brennan, you guys start to notice the amount of like weaponry that you're actually seeing on the walls. You also start to see large piles of like pikes, swords, shields that actually seem very new, that have been like recently created. Marin, you start to notice that you're seeing what am I looking for? So you start to notice the amount of people that are in the building itself that don't actually have armor, that are wearing like very basic like leather outfits, that don't have weapons or swords, that look like they're training or kind of. They look like they were at least at one point, but they look like they're either preparing or like either very new. There are small like sections where like training setups are held, and there's probably several like tens of them, or almost like most of them are like standing around and being like ordered about, because there's like almost so many people that are in the section that it's almost like congested. But the guards are doing a good job of kind of funneling you guys into what looks to be one of the main halls. As you make your way in, to this kind of larger like building, you see a couple of other guards that also have their helmets off, kind of standing around like a large table that has like a sets of parchment alongside it. And in front of the table that you all see in front of you, you see a individual who you actually saw in one of our teasers actually. Standing in front of you is a fairly young-looking individual, very like chiseled jaw, blonde hair, like long, almost like probably a little bit past shoulder length. Very like or ornately designed armor, at least on like one of his shoulder pads, and a large like two-handed sword on his back. You see piercing blue eyes and like just a very like well like yeah, that one. That is the individual you see on both sides. Wow. Okay. And one of the marks that you see are the blue cloak that is woven into the sections of his shoulder pads that like flows back behind him, which is the mark of the Silver Legion, blue and silver primarily.
Oh, that was really weird. I'm not judging.
Captain. And the young male in front looks up and kind of looks over the rest of you and kind of narrows his eyes a little bit. Bring them up, please. The guards kind of like fan you guys out a little bit and like surround you a little bit, and the magistrate is actually like brought up to a section, like placed into like a really like what looks to be like a comfy looking chair, as a pair of clothed like individuals, not wearing armor, kind of like walk up to him and start like looking him over and like working on like salves, and you can smell like incense and other things like around them too as they look to try to be healing him at least in some duration. The young individual looks over the rest of you and goes, "I don't like disturbances in my city.
Me either. Don't go. Don't go. You don't want to disturb.
You're not going anywhere."
Are we under arrest? What is our crime? Can you tell us what our crime is while we're under arrest?
Yes, absolutely. The crime is endangering a political individual of high regard in the city. Your crime is taking weapons into a public location where there were not supposed to be any. Your crime is overall public either disruption, causing a panic. He looks over like this like crumpled up piece of paper that Gribble hands him, and
It states that we could enter however we chose, granted by the magistrate.
he like looks over at the magistrate like very briefly and looks back at the rest of you and like crumples up the piece of paper.
Really quick aside.
What are you looking at?
Did we see you change?
Oh, yeah, because you're just this tall figure now.
Yeah, what do you look like?
Yeah, that would have been in the tent.
Yeah. So I'm.
You can adjust it within a foot. But if somebody like either grabs you or inspects it or tries to pass your hand through it, they'll detect that there's an illusion. So I would probably say if the guards are looking to be on opposite sides of you, changing your height might not be a good idea, but it's up to you. Hair color, eye color, beard, no beard.
No beard, shaggy, brown, not like super shaggy, but not like past his chin or anything, but kind of shaggy brown hair. Eye color.
So you want to look like Wayne?
Yeah! I'm gonna be like,
Oh,
wait, alright.
exactly right. So there's two brains.
As I'm explaining, I'm like,
At first, you guys are kind of like still like dealing with the like afterthought of like adrenaline of battle, and then you guys kind of like notice that Dara doesn't look like what she looked like a little while ago.
another me but taller.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I'm gonna be like, Tobias, I'm gonna explain, like, he's while Gribble is talking, I'm gonna be nodding, and be like,
I'm trying to do this so bad.
Look at
I
you guys.
try to look closer, and I'm like,
Do I know what they're talking about? Like, can I?
Oh yeah, you guys are all within very close proximity.
And I'm like, honestly, like, I was like, wait.
I kind of.
Wait.
and I'll be like,
I was silent and I'm like,
I dare say, do you have a twin brother?
no.
And I'm like, you almost watching this, like, don't slow down.
He like kind of like looks over the rest of him and goes,
When he looks at me, I'm just like,
"Quiet, all of you. You don't need it. The magistrate is obviously in no position to be affording to give any type of respite to any other vigilantes of my city. Do you know who I am, small goblin? You are still within the jurisdiction of my city.
I don't believe it is your city. It is the people's city.
What did you say?
I said, I don't believe it is your city. It is the people's.
I don't know.
I also don't know who's
He pulls his like two-handed sword like a slight bit out of the scabbard.
Hold on, right before he does that, I'm going to cast Thaumaturgy.
Thaumaturgy.
Whatever.
I like that.
It's my southern accent.
Thermal turkey.
I like it.
I also like thermal turkeys.
So as you go to cast your spell, you like try to like cast the words. Nothing happens. Syl, you notice this as you've kind of walked in, that the magic like in this like area of like where you are here within the garrison is like almost deadened.
But it's at will, so nobody knows it. That's good.
And he kind of like loosens the sheet and goes, I don't believe I know your name, sir, but let me introduce who I am. I am Knight Captain Balian Vorn of the Silver Legion. The city is under my protection, and especially with the absence of our governor, where the office and politicians are now in command of it, I am the one who basically controls it.
So you're saying that the governor would have died under your watch then?
No.
The state of the city is on you then?
The governor was assassinated by individuals of your own regard. Vigilantes.
The magistrate sent us a letter. We're technically not vigilantes.
Shut up! All of you! This is not a laughing matter. You are in serious trouble.
I take a drink out of my water skin.
Let me be clear. You all will give me a testimony, and I will decide whether or not I should throw you in prison, or if I manage to let you go to live whatever the miserable lives you have. The city is in enough turmoil as it is, with the guilds at each other's throats because of the governor's assassination. The last thing we need is more turmoil caused by individuals visiting it from circuses of who knows where, and people causing havoc in my city.
You mean the assassins, right?
I mean, the people who attacked us.
I could have you in prison just for being a goblin.
There's a lot of them, right?
I don't want to hear another word out of you. You! The only one who sounded like they had any sense. She was trying to.
I apparently don't have much regard for the circus, but this man and I were performing when the attack happened. We were simply doing our jobs.
It was very late. I was there. They're telling the truth.
Did I ask you to speak?
No. Sir and Night Watcher.
Continue.
I know little about the people around us, but the two of us are innocent. Basically, we were attacked, one of our friends was killed, and we responded to try to protect the rest of ours.
The lieutenant actually comes up and like whispers in Knight Captain Vorn's ear as he kind of like listens and like nods a little bit. They tell me that your ringleader actually tried to make sure that the majority of the people got out safely from a almost stampede that was caused.
Our friend was killed saving him, and he did his best to save everyone else.
Very well. What were the rest of you doing there? You!
Can I raise my hand to talk? To draw attention away from
Very well. Go ahead.
And I take my cloak and I bow to you like General Bailey. And I was like, if I may speak, General Bailey.
It's not general, it's Knight Captain. I'm not in command of an army here.
What happened? Okay. We went to this circus, to the character of the circus. Okay, from my students, is that note, and I grabbed my own note. We all got individual notes to go talk to him, and as we were watching the circus, all of a sudden in an instant it fell.
Let me be frank. I don't care why the magistrate had you there.
I'm not explaining that, I'm explaining why I was there and what happened next.
I'm gonna whisper in his ear just as a side.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm drunk. Anyway, so it exploded, and then out of nowhere, the two guards were bolted with poison.
Assassins, yes.
Yes, you're not. We have done nothing wrong. We saved the magistrate. We'll be very sorry.
We're really trying to stay out. Steve will vouch for us.
Wait! And I kind of put my foot down, like I'm a little angry. I've done nothing wrong. And I look you in the eye, you know, my red glowing flash. But so you will be very sorry when the magistrate awakens.
And you actually hear the magistrate kind of like, Captain, please. If you all could find who I sent you to find, please. And he like passes out again.
I kind of like edge over to him. Like,
They won't let you move. The guards are gonna stop you.
Yeah.
Who is he talking about?
Well, we should be on our way.
Listen, do you have enough proof evidence to press charges? I know all of your tricks. You don't have enough proof, we can leave, right?
He kind of like looks over like the rest of you. Do a persuasion check actually for me.
I'm gonna use this because
You're good. Yeah. What were you doing, Brandon?
I'm just trying to like get out of here. I'm like slowly backpedaling.
You like back into like a couple of the guards. That, like, stuff. 15? Okay. And he kind of like looks over like the rest of you. Other than being insubordinate, no, I don't have much of a reason to hold you.
Good. All right.
Steve, say hello to the family.
But before you leave, let me be extremely clear. If I see any of you causing any trouble with an Onabera again, the next place you'll be in is the jail cells of this very building. And you'll be staying there for quite a long time. Do I make myself abundantly clear?
Well, I'm doing anything wrong, so I think I don't even know that.
No, I'm fine with that.
This city is on the brink of annihilating itself between the guilds. I don't know if that means anything to you.
Literally on a mission to help him. Can you let us go? We're helping.
The last thing my city needs is more vigilantes. So, let me be clear. Keep your nose out of the business of this city. Lieutenant, escort them out. And he turns away and like looks backwards. And the lieutenant like kind of like looks back and like directs all the guards to take you out of the building. Oh yeah, there's plenty of valuable things. I mean, there's like small little like silver goblets. There's obviously like a very small like letter opener like on one of like the desks on the opposite side where it looks like there are individual layers. Well, hold on. I want to see what he wants to do about that first. Yeah. His back's turned.
I just click dribble.
Like, don't.
And then as we're walking out, I'm gonna take a piece of chalk and write it on his face in one of the doorways.
Do a sleight of hand check for me. That's all right. You managed to at least hide it. You like. Is it thieves' camp? Like, are you?
What does it mean?
Yeah.
Mean people are here.
Obviously, dude. It's a fucking
Dara, you do catch like the drawing like as you pass by it, like as he's in front of you, and like kind of like look there and like look like up. And,
That's like the equivalent of like some criminal being like, hey, don't go to that police station.
yeah, pretty much.
That's exactly what I wanted.
Yeah, dude, we need a fucking message for that. Thanks.
Hey guys, I'm right here.
It's on the inside. It's not like outside the house. So that you know, walking behind them. Just for the principle.
Criminals go through the window.
It's more for a community purpose than more of a vandalism.
So you guys exit the garrison on the inner portion of the east side of the city, and the lieutenant of the guards and the other guards go. You're free to go, but let me just give you a little bit of advice. The night captain is very serious about what he does. We've been recruiting a lot within the last few weeks, especially in the wake of the governor's death. I mean, they're paying a gold per day now for this. Don't do anything to draw his attention if you can help it. I know you were just trying to help, but kind of like looks around and like, all right. So you guys are still all together.
Are we all outside of earshot from those fuckers?
Yes, now you are. Absolutely.
So let's say we do like a little circle to have like a little powwow.
Can I say something to the lieutenant before we do that?
Sure.
I kind of stopped and we'll go to the powwow and look at
Lieutenant Steve.
Lieutenant Steve. And
Oh wait, that's Lieutenant.
oh, sorry, Lieutenant Thomas Steve.
Thomas Steve.
Right, sorry.
Parentheses, Steve.
Take your time.
The magistrate. I need to go with the magistrate. Is able to talk. Because with the coin and what we need, I need
So you're no longer in the building, and he was left inside.
Yeah.
Other than the last bit of instruction that you were given. Yeah. Don't count your chickens. But yeah, at the moment you're on the outside of the garrison, and there's not really an easy way to get back. At least when the lieutenant kind of closes the door behind him. But were you asking him?
Yeah.
You were running to ask.
Where he's gonna, where's he gonna be?
I assume he'll go back to the Citadel when he's in better health, or back to his home, I imagine, and the Frostmaid flat. He'll be stabilized here until we can get him to where he needs to go. We're going to do our very best. It's not like we would let a governor of the magistrate of the governor's office die.
I just flick my cloak and walk away.
And you come to our little house. Yes. We're all standing around. I relight my pipe and I look around. Are you still looking like me?
As far as I'm aware of, yes. I haven't looked back.
Yeah.
What sort of business?
We'll say now you're in safe zones, but go ahead. Let's go ahead and let him start.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah,
Why does he look like me? I've never met this man before. He didn't even help us fight.
He clearly looks the same as you.
No, it's not me. It's an imposter. Just because he's taller, he's a lot taller.
You're in a safe zone.
Okay,
You notice
brother
the
can
shape.
also transform to a. Oh, no, I know this one. I know. That's a good trick. You're trying to look really handsome. I really like that. So how about it? Did you see me in your dreams, Spencer? Not a pickup line. It was an actual question. So how about we just never met each other and we go our separate ways?
You have a job.
I think that's fine.
What job? You're seriously gonna go after? Imagine he's not gonna give. You saw the truth in there. You're gonna go find this Draven, and then this magistrate is gonna give you whatever you. You're not
If
gonna
he
fall
doesn't,
for
then I
that.
will simply kill the magistrate.
I am not signing up for that. I am not
my
my
chances
chances.
except for that last part. I'm actually.
That is very important. If you can get it to me,
It's a trick, man. It's a trick. Look at it. They're not gonna give you what you're looking for. Sorry, Rice, but you saw the way they treated us like rats. To them, to the guilds, we're rats.
And I talk him down and he'll go, goblin.
yes.
No, goblin, goblins, goblin.
So what? We found a group and we give ourselves a name and we adventure together. That's what you're saying?
I don't even know how to do it together. Well, we could do this together.
You can stay drunk and die in a bar somewhere. I don't care.
I don't really drink that much, but thank you.
You will likely die in a bar anyway. This city's a shithole.
Well, it's better than dying and smelling like a boar.
He smells
Sex with a
impeccable.
I'll take you and say we're talking about.
We're already.
Yeah, you have to take into account. No?
I turned to Brent.
I give you mine. I sit here with mine and read.
Alright, I'm like keeping an eye on you too. Follow like.
You read it. If you pull it down, you see this.
I don't know about you, but I have no interest in it. We've had nothing but trouble since we've run into all of you.
Same.
Especially you two.
Now,
I've done nothing wrong to you.
wait. You know what? Thank you for giving me all the fun.
Yeah, see, that was very nice. I recognized you too.
Like I reserved
I just couldn't let somebody get hurt.
I assumed you were aiming at me and missed. You know what? I changed my mind. If we're gonna find this person, perhaps we should do it together. Stand a better chance.
Maybe we should go together. Figure it out together.
Yes.
I will give a dice one.
Game of dice. Now, I like this guy.
What? Broken Horn is government. I know the owner.
We can settle this over a drink and figure out what we're gonna do. But just come with us
I know
and have a drink with us at least.
Very well.
Alright, I want to go after him as we talk to them.
We can take 5 minutes. All right, brief little break, but we've got everybody back here. So, your group is deciding to visit the Broken Horn Inn again, if I'm understanding that right,
That's where I suggest.
so far.
Everybody seemed to not.
I just want to make sure everyone agreed, unless there was any discourse.
I can get you in.
Do we take any level of short rest from all the walking?
Yes, yeah, there'll be a short rest at least, as you guys are not like doing much more than travel. So you get to use hit die to heal HP if you want to. Some abilities will also regenerate on a short rest too, depending. Yeah, warlocks like get everything on a short rest. They just love naps, basically.
Some sorcery points are.
It's like under like the character like screen. Yeah, he can show you here. So your group decides to kind of walk back almost towards the north side of the city a little bit, and almost in the same direction that you like had been walked down from the garrison, but you're now closer to the inner portion of the city instead. The The city seems a little bit busy at this point, as you can see, like all sorts of people, like kind of like in a general commotion, and you hear a town crier as well. Vigilantes save magistrate at circus. We're stacked ever.
Where was that 5 minutes ago?
Is he like handing out
He has like really small like parchment flyers. Yes.
Did he say?
I'll toss him a silver and grab one.
Did he say worst act ever?
Yes.
Okay.
I listened to you guys.
So
To make sure I heard that.
So as you read over the little like piece of like a parchment paper, the flyer basically is quickly printed, but it basically describes how there was an accident at the circus. The magistrate of the governor's office was almost killed, but the brave actions of the Silver Legion were able to prevent any serious damage to the magistrate or to the people involved. The circus itself has been set on probation and is currently being investigated, or the last a couple of parts.
Very weird, actually. No, not the ones you remembered. Just roll it up in my bag.
Sometimes it's good to not be remembered.
As you make your way further northward, you guys find your way to the outskirts of the Broken Horn Inn with that really cool little picture that I found there on the Discord for it. Let's see here. I'm not going to bring him up, unfortunately, just because I'd have to grab it from the Discord here really quick. But oh, come on, you brat bastard.
There's a wolf somewhere in this campaign. Holy shit. Yeah, Lieutenant Wolf.
On point. You all make your way to the outside of the Broken Horn Inn, and as you get towards the outer portion of the door, you notice an old man basically like sitting like with a very like unsteady like stick in front of the doorway, with like a gigantic cloak that's covering like most of his head and like just a large like scraggly beard, and he has one hand like right next to what looks to be a white wolf with piercing yellow eyes that just kind of like stares at each of you as you make your way into it. Looks like the one in your dream, in yours that attacked you, the one that you saw outside of that you had captured on your way in, and the one that you all had also seen making its way southward from the forest.
Can I stop and ask him where he got it? Since fucking my I think I stolen it.
So you see it too.
Yeah, go ahead and ask him.
Excuse me, sir. May I ask where your wolf has come from?
He's been with me for years. Not sure when I found him. He just started following me one day.
Can I tell if he's lying?
Do an insight check.
While she's talking to the man, or the bearded man, I'm just gonna lean down and try to like give the wolf some pets, like a scrunch.
As you reach down, you hear like a low growl from it. Sure.
I rolled an 18.
One sec, I'll let Gordon roll and then we'll respond here. That's right. He's not gonna let you get you. The wolf like kind of like stares at you and still like growls in your direction. He just kind of like looks over and goes, "Oh, he's not very friendly with other people besides me. I'm sorry." He doesn't appear to be like lying at all. He seems very truthful.
I am kind of dumbfounded and I say, well, he's very pretty.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably eye level. Yeah.
We're trying to place it.
Alex, do a nature check at it. No, sorry, do a religion check at a disadvantage.
That's worse. That's a -1. Two natural 20s.
HIJK.
Other people to be asked.
Yes.
It may be in the stack.
9? Yeah, you didn't do it.
14.
9 altogether? Okay. This wolf seems really strange to you, Gribble. You're not sure what exactly is interesting or strange about it, but there's something off. You're not sure what.
How are you inside? Grab a round of drinks. Figure this all out. So we go inside. And we find the table. Is it pretty busy?
At this point, since you're looking at probably, you guys were pretty much like held over, like, I mean, decently into the evening and into the morning. So like you guys haven't like slept actually or otherwise. So it's like it's stupid early at this point. I probably should have given time a little bit more consideration here to give you guys an idea of what you're looking at. But yeah, but the inn is like fairly empty except for one individual who recognizes a member of your group. Marin, it's so good to see you. And wow, you brought a party into my inn all of a sudden. Who are them?
We're his friends. Rounds are on him. What are your finest tables?
Oh, feel free to take a sit wherever you like. I mean, we're not busy at this point in the morning. I've just gotten to get everything ready. How are you? You didn't tell me you were coming into town.
I stopped by you, but the other bartender was here.
Oh, yes.
Short fellow.
Yeah, the Bromdeer, or not Bromdeer, but damn it, I had a name for him too. Bromdeer's the other dwarf, right?
Steve.
Steve?
You gave me a name.
Dargrin.
Those are the guys.
Yeah.
This was a Dargrin.
Oh, Dargrin, of course. It's great, amazing help. What
But more acquaintances.
what happened to you all? You don't look like you had the best evening.
There were some events at the circus.
I just could not sleep. I've just been up all night. It's been terrible.
Oh no, you weren't. Did you get away okay? I heard there was some terrible accident at the circus.
It was alright, but I would say stay away from there for.
I don't even know what happened.
Yeah.
It was in that back to the act.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can also get these fellows set up in some rooms if you have them as well.
Oh, I mean, there's several available. The last probably 8 rooms are all available if you all need them.
Wouldn't we just go back to our rooms?
It's up to you guys.
We were traveling.
Oh, yeah.
They made you more comfortable beds here.
So wait, what happened at the circus? Were you there? How much did you see?
I don't know. I didn't see anything.
I didn't see anything. I looked like my lawyer.
Oh, I can really. It seemed like there were some events going on in the main stage.
Marin,
There's some things that I might not be able to tell you. Maybe later.
Marin, you're as safe as you could possibly
Over
be.
some coffee.
Could we get some coffee and maybe some food?
Absolutely. On the deal that I hear the story.
Well, we can go to the I don't know what story we're talking about.
Maybe he'll tell you.
Marin, you might need to tell them how much adventuring we did in the past, because I think they are a little
She's
distrustful.
seen yes, she's seen some action.
I'll be right back. I think I've got a few things that they left over that I can bring out.
That's a girlfriend or just a tender friendship.
She starts bringing out some like very basic like plates of like some cured meat. She has like a couple of like decently like associated like mugs of coffee that she brings out to you guys. It's very basic. Like she doesn't have much going on, but she like tries to bring you all at least some food. And she kind of looks over you and you, and goes, well, you I've definitely seen your kind before, but you look a little less rowdy, and you I don't believe I've seen before at all. What are you? Never been down to Vera. Is she a lizard folk or something?
I think we're meant to be species, but we really need to talk. If you could, not trying to be rude, but we do need to have a very private conversation.
Okay.
I appreciate
Just
it.
be by all means, friends. You're safe here.
You're very lovely. I also have a lot of tens of friends. So
I've been in my fair share of places and situations that are kind of shit. If you need a place to hide out to any degree, any friends of Marin are friends of mine. Just
what a
to
great,
let you know.
great. Oh, I'm not in the friends of him. She's not.
But I understand you have to have a conversation.
Yes, thank you. What was
The price of the food, though.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to hear your story.
What was your name?
For the price of the food.
What was your name?
I'm Valera.
Valera, yes, great.
Right.
You're very lovely. Thank you.
Before Valera walks away,
You know what? I'll take an L as well.
She pours like a couple of ales. So
you know
like,
what? Just around for the table.
I'll get you around if you get me a story.
And we will, I promise. Valera?
And that's his responsibility.
She pours you guys like a good set of flagons and goes,
Now this is how it is.
and then like sits down like with her hand in her chin.
So, you know, linger, bro. You gotta do something.
And then I grab coffee in the left hand, ale in the right hand, and I'm double fisting as I'm like, just looking at me.
I obviously don't say that last one, but I say, right, well, let's go, we just, for the sake of expediency, can you tell her?
Yeah, just reflect on.
That's fine. Yeah. She has the basis of like of what's going on and kind of goes,
20 minutes of the
sounds
the whole first session.
sounds ridiculous.
So what do we do? What's the plan? Are we gonna go find this dragon? I know how those people work. If the Magister summoned nobody to find this dragon, it means that somebody in there was probably involved in the murder of the governor.
It means he's looking to hide something for sure. The reason that he would try to pay such a wieldy sum and give you whatever you wanted is because, one, the governor's office doesn't want to be seen associating with something in the underground. That makes them certainly look bad, but yeah, he may know something that he doesn't want to be spread around. Like Captain Bourne is certainly an asshole. I mean, that part of the story is beyond correct.
This must be very important to you. Why? Can we not listen? I'm willing to split the call it even. Just get out of this now. 125 gold apiece would call this clean. I mean, no, that's
what does that mean?
It's really this important.
Everybody kind of sees why this is doing it.
Check it off.
And I kind of hide my face from them. For the first time, I hid my face from them. No, bitch. And I drink, like, I drink my ale, I don't know. Oh, you've never met me before. 6 months ago.
We barely even know each other.
Yeah. But, that's the first time for me. And I never thought I would get that again. So, trust me on this, please.
You bailed me out of the community before our prisons. I'm with you.
As you guys kind of finish this part of the conversation, you hear a stumble close to the door and go, "Hello? Hey, oh, there you all are. Oh, I'm so glad I found you." And Fabian walks in the side of the main entrance to the door, and Blair goes, "Who is that? Another one of your group?"
He's a buddy of mine.
Oh, a buddy. And Fabian goes, "Oh," he kind of comes up, and goes, "Oh, good, you're all here. Holly, what, what, what happened?"
You're out of breath. Are you alright?
"I ran all the way here once I got your message."
I didn't think you'd come. We were going to be back.
Listen, but before you do anything else, wh- who are all these people?
They're the people who helped us save the rest of the circus there.
Well, I'm glad they decided to save it, because at this point, if we don't find some other way to be able to make up for what happened last night, we won't have a circus anymore.
I had a feeling.
What's the plan for now? What are you doing?
Just discussing kind of a game plan.
What kind of a game plan?
We really just tell everybody. Everybody agrees.
Looks like everyone's gonna come along then. They'll come get us all.
What to do?
Fabian.
Is this your tender friend?
What did he say?
Nothing. Nothing.
Kind of.
Fabian. Why don't you go back? We'll be there. Don't worry. We'll come back and talk to you. But we have some things we need to discuss with these people first.
Oh, all right.
I'm sorry you came all the way out here.
Does it involve money?
It
I
could.
don't know if it does for us. We're figuring that out.
If it involves money, please, whatever you need. If you need two of my best actors to do whatever's going on, they're all yours. Just
Best actors.
we're going to literally lose the entire place unless we get another 1,000 gold pieces. It's that bad. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go back. I'm gonna have to survive on the streets.
And go into jail again, right? I know that doesn't seem fine. I haven't had anything to pay you with. What do you think I've been trying to do? We were banking everything on this act, and then all of a sudden it falls to shite. And these individuals show up out of nowhere. I don't know what you are, but you're very lovely, I'm sure. This tiny little, if you need a job, I can definitely get you a job as probably one of our side acts. You would scare children on no matter what you did. You could just stand there. Well, with one right now, but it got away.
You really need to. I give him my beer.
Oh, thank you.
More than I do.
Ah,
I did not.
thank you.
But I did watch over it.
Money, yes, please. They're yours. On the house with the flying wyvern circus. Thank you. I'll be back if you need me, and just we'll be
Come see you if
destroying things and. Could you sleep with all of this going on?
before you head back, is everyone else alright?
They're fine. Storm won't leave the tent where Flame's body is. He's mumbling something about the far-off land where he needs to take her in order to do the proper burial. Some tabaxi nonsense, I'm sure, but...
Let him do whatever he needs to.
And be down another member of my crew? You're insane, woman.
It's not like we can perform in that tent anyway.
True. But if we had at least the gnomes and you, we could... Never mind.
Told you this group of strangers, so.
If it brings in what we need to keep the place afloat, I would do it twice. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, my friends. By all means, Sorry for the events at the circus. Please do come again if you ever want entertainment. I'm going now. And he walks out. Valyria actually kind of nods.
Very anxious recently.
So you're down money now too. It sounds like, at least in your business.
It's been down for a while, to be completely honest with you.
How much was your payout again?
I don't. It's hard to say because you offer some people money and other people wages.
I hand you the scroll.
Valyria kind of looks at it.
No,
To get money for ourselves.
that's what she asked, and they were like, if it go to his basically they said he'll go to his citadel when he's better. So maybe we
Or so. Yeah, whichever. There were both possibilities. I mean, you two don't have any obligation, it seems, by any regard, but it does sound like you could use some help.
And saw you fight, you turned into some animal that was pretty awesome.
Thank you.
You turned a good shot or a terrible one if you're aiming at me. I'm not sure.
That's for you to figure out.
Or you to figure out.
When you said Ripple just kind of.
I didn't see, dude. I was on the. I just let my character down. Anyway, maybe we could use you in this sort of adventure quest thing. Other assignments.
Do you think this magistrate would pay us as well?
He's there.
I don't necessarily want to do this for free.
I will say this. I have been around them a lot and he seemed different. Maybe even trustworthy. I kind of say that with a little bit of throw up in my mouth because hate that those words coming out of my mouth.
It's really hard to trust anyone from the central portion of the government when they're pushed around so much by the guilds. But the fact that the governor is dead and he may have some information or otherwise, that puts you all in a good position for making money, or at least being able to root something out that sounds important.
What do you think?
I've owned this inn for probably a good decade now at this point. How long has it been, Marin? Jeez. Oh, too long. But
So that makes 4 of us. Who else is in?
No, we have nothing.
I
Did. Well, sorry, but something I still need for the magistrate. And you can just follow me on this one. Just this once. I said I got something.
Alright. That makes 6 of us. Anybody else?
Anything else?
That just leaves you then.
What we established in those evidence. That's the question. More important than his life. I am very much in.
You're a very intense man, you know that.
he likes to threaten people a lot. You'll get used to it.
I'm even a little
Dude,
bit.
I feel like maybe you need a tender friend.
What?
You,
Maybe they need to reconnect.
yes.
Oh, sorry. That's long since passed. Sorry.
Well, I would like to see an inside check on both these motherfuckers to see if they fucked.
And if anyone would know,
If
it would
anybody
be
would
you.
know, it would be my character. That's a natural one. Do I have advantage because I fucked so much?
No.
What an amazing
It's
quote.
real hard to read.
You're-
really hard to read.
you're-
It's the
You're absolutely convinced that they have never looked at each other with any favorability a day in their life.
Oh. Alright, man.
Maybe not.
What's she look like? Just for the sake of.
So she's a half elf. So she has smaller figures, but she's built. She has actually a relatively a good figure of muscles and at one point. But because she's been out of the game for a while, you can start to see kind of lines along her face, and her hair is kind of balled up, she doesn't, she works in an inn now basically. Yeah, now she is.
Like what, like 40s?
I'd say so. Yeah, I hope so.
You're lying in your 40s, bro.
I'm almost there.
You got 40. Anyway.
More like 3. You know what? When February comes around? 2 months from now?
Do you know when February comes around?
That puts me at 37, thir. Yes. Fucking February birthdays everywhere. Jesus Christ. I'm going with like 3 other people in February to the casino, like that are like around and working. Jesus. Anyway, completely off topic there. Yeah, no, that's fine. We're okay with that. Central.
I'm so sorry, man. Alright.
Let's bring it in.
Alright, so we're all in it. So we're working together. Life and I, okay, we should feel you. We tell them everything the magistrate told us about the Draven, the Undercity, all that. So Bryce and I have a little bit of experience in the Undercity. Not too much.
I'm sure they do, sir.
I'm pretty sure the entrance there has been the same as it's been. I'm not sure how hard Draven is to find these days, but if you ask the right people once you get down there, you should be able to.
However, I, being a professional, refuse to love people I don't know. I don't even know half of them. Oh, introduction.
I stick my head up here. My name is Greg. I was super sitting down.
Like giant claws and
I'm Gawain. People call me the gambler, you guys can call me Gawain.
Your privilege.
Anybody else?
My name is Aaron. And even when you said that, I was kind of scared. I'm not a scary person. So your instincts are correct.
you'll get used to it.
I just pick up the girl. And just look him in the face.
And then I'll say, yes, I'm looking.
And I sit him down.
No, right? Yes. No, damn it. Yeah, I whisper in your ear, tell you what that means.
I don't even know his name.
I just take my name.
I wasn't paying attention. I refuse to listen to it.
You will look at me, we'll never be friends.
Exactly.
This is Brennan, and I'm Holly.
Nice to meet you, Brian.
Sure.
Well, you can call me Seal from here on out.
The sea creature.
No, Seal, that's in
So like
Seal,
a
ill
fucking
bomber.
container?
The third. That's not my name. Ill bomber.
The third.
No, you don't have to do this after check. That's fine.
Alright.
Beautiful name.
Can I ask you a question? What are you?
Wait,
Well,
you don't ask that.
I thought we were friends. I thought we were friends.
Seeing if I get to be able to get rid of you guys anytime soon.
Get rid.
Get rid of me.
Get rid of us and
Well, we'll see.
She's a what?
The dragon born. So like a lizard. Were your parents dragons?
Syl, Marin, Gribble, and Hollyhock. I want you guys to roll history checks for me. Honestly, Marin, you don't have to.
Don't. I'm still got 11, so it's not so bad. And I was like, I've done very deep research.
Technically, I rolled one last one.
God, you all are shit.
See what you mean.
Oh, you did, didn't you? Okay.
It's bad for all of us.
So the two druids. Unfortunately, you guys are like dragonborn. Like you understand like what a dragon is, but it's like a mythical creature that like has not existed for however long. So you remember a lot of the lore that you picked up, referring to dragonborns and dragons specifically. Now, dragonborn are more of a myth than even dragons themselves. Humanoid variations of them over time. And Marin, you know exactly what she is. The rest of you are super confused on the legend of dragons, other than you've heard it in bedtime stories to whatever degree. So,
I'm sorry for your loss. What about you? Did you? Oh, sorry.
That's when we were like,
What did you say? What was your name?
you're only really missing like one, honestly.
Yes, nice to meet you, Holly. Thank you for letting me really save my life that time.
What about you, Speedy?
LOL haste.
I put my hands on my his voice. That's it.
You look very uncomfortable the way you're saying this.
It's very still, right?
Yes,
You sure?
I'll do the same.
Do an acrobatics check.
please be in that one.
Say 16.
Okay, you like. Oh, ooh, yeah, that actually does feel pretty okay.
You guys are such posers. Anyway,
Everybody's hand was like slouching.
so now,
So you hard times straight. What do you know about it?
He moves around a lot from the underworld just to keep from, getting tabs put on him. He's what you would probably call a syndicate lord of a portion of the underworld. Doesn't work for anyone but himself. Doesn't work for the Raven God. But usually, if you make your way in through the typical side of the sewers by the west side of the city, he's somewhere around there. That's usually where he's based most of the time. No, he recruits tons of lowlifes. Just about anybody. They don't really come in here a whole lot because they hang out on the worst section of the city. They're on the west end of it. But all sorts of enemies. It kind of depends. If you make your way in through the west side of the sewers, usually you just want to avoid anyone that doesn't look like they've been paid to be there.
no offense, but a couple of you really bolstered it now.
I'm with glamour. I can make myself look. I can make my outfit look like whatever I need to.
You look like you just stepped out of a play or something. I'm not sure what you're doing.
These clothes were made or stitched by a country assassin.
I'm not even a criminal and I want to rob you right now.
We should try. I have a lot more than me.
Is that an
There's
intimidation?
like a little piece of drool that goes down. It's like eyeballing you. Because the two, you heard 250 gold, and here you go. Yeah.
Who took the
And
money?
I have a lot of money.
I didn't
and
take
I'm
the
like,
I
I think everyone did except.
No, it's
I
just
didn't
the
take
three
the
of
money.
us.
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't.
Inquiring minds did not take the money.
All right. Well, how about we call it a night and meet up in the morning day? Meet up in the morning and catch up the underground?
24 hours.
It's probably best to actually head in the evening.
In the evening. Yes, we'll do that. Yeah. Perhaps we could do some supplies in the daytime. That's where supplies would be gotten. It's at the store. I don't frequent those often.
So those of you that took the money initially did get paid. Yeah. So you guys definitely have at least some cash among your group. You may have to be kind, but just to make that as a recommendation. So
And actually, I would like to do one quick thing before I go to bed, if that's okay with you.
sure.
Are we all going to our rooms or whatever?
Valerius was told you guys were more than happy to be able to take.
We'll be kind of ready. Well, I will be like, yeah, it's been a long day. There's a fire. I will go find out that I paid the $200 coin debt that my dad owes. So I'll take 200 coin off of my thing.
He's hanging out around that same section of the city. It takes you probably like about an hour or so. Oh. I guess it was good that we were able to intimidate you so easy.
You really scared me. Listen, do not bother any more money, Jim, or I will find you.
I mean, that seems like that'd be up to your father.
And I tried to find my dad. I checked all the local gutters, the hangouts, any kind of place that he would be at.
Do an investigation check for me. If any of you guys have anything concurrently you want to do here too, just fill me in.
Sit up for a little bit and talk to Valir a little bit.
Okay, fair.
Just catch up. Nothing's generally catch up.
You want to do what?
I want to catch lice before.
Okay. You don't catch him at any of the locations that you normally found him at, and eventually at like one place you go, oh, he went home like sometime ridiculously early here in the morning.
He went home. He actually made it home.
I think so. So it's a fairly like very basic like house. In fact, he lives actually in the upstairs section like of another like building that's like been rented out. You make your way into it, and you basically get through this like kind of like larger section of the bottom portion of a home, and like walk up a section of stairs and like come up to the side of the door, which is currently shut and locked. Okay, yeah, absolutely. You have a key for it, so you open up the door, and then sitting like right next to like one of the fires and just kind of like smoking a pipe, a very like large man. Imagine like Robert Baratheon, basically just large beard, but like large amounts of like just like curly like hair, and just a huge pipe. Very like large man. Like I would probably say at one point he was probably pretty like buff, but like he's gained a lot of weight, obviously. But you can see him like wearing like very loosely like almost like half fine clothes, and just kind of like looks around and goes, ah, son, you made it. Where the heck were you all in the evening?
I've been around. Taking out more debt to those loan sharks.
Oh, don't worry about them. I was gonna pay them.
You can't be dealing with this anymore. That will hurt you.
Son, it's a few bets, nothing unusual.
You taught me to never put in more in your hand as well.
And once you get older, you don't worry about that so much anymore.
What would mother think?
Don't mention your mother. You always do that.
I'm gonna be gone for a while. I was just out of trouble, okay?
Where are you going?
I have a job. A good one.
A job? A good one? Doing what?
No, it's a legit job, Dad. It's not
Oh, wait.
one of our jobs.
Well, you're not going to be just selling skins by the roadside, are you?
No, it's not like that.
Did you get in a fight?
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yeah. And I put a flat goal on the table. Look at me, Dad.
food. Provided it's not from gambling.
What's gotten into you, Gawain?
I just think that maybe if I get a bigger job, I can go legit. I don't need to live like this.
You have your mother's determination about you. I remember long ago when I had that same wit and push to do things like that too. Uh, Back in the day, it was before I met your mother. It was literally swimming in gold pieces.
And I remember you used to be a great hero, excellent sword master. I know all of your stories, and I know they're true. Believe me, I totally believe you.
You're damn right they're true.
But stay low. Just give me this one chance. Get us out of this place. We can have a better life.
All right, Gwen. It's hard for me to say no to one of the best students and certainly best of my progeny that I could have ever imagined.
One job, Dad. I'll be back. I promise you, this is gonna be great. We're gonna get out of this town. We're not gonna live among these people anymore. We're gonna go build a house somewhere in the forest, like Mother would have loved.
There's going to be alcohol there at least, though, right?
Oh, of course, Dad. Of course, a lot's gonna go. Just just one job, okay? One job. Just give me a few days, a week at max, maybe a month.
All right. That'll help keep things at least
No
on
more
par.
one-shots.
I'll avoid them. You have my word, son. The word of a man.
Yes, yeah, a great hero, right?
Absolutely. What do you?
You just smell like you just doused yourself in onions.
I mean, they had a good meal at the other inn, like the tavern just down the road, or not? Oh, there was that woman there. You know, the one that you had looked at before. The one with the and the
Yeah, that one.
yeah.
I know which one exactly which one you're talking about.
She smiled at me,
Did she? Was she smiling or laughing?
smiling. Definitely smiling.
Dad, I'll be back, okay? Please.
You have my word, son. Good luck to you.
Good luck to you. Hey, may the cause be ever in your favor.
And yours as well. And he like gets up and like gives you like a giant bear
I
hug.
hug him and then I kind of like hug him, tell him I love him, whatever. And next minute, I shut the door. My demeanor goes from happy to like really concerned and sad. And as I walk off, and that's my tip.
Okay, Marin, what do you want to do?
I was just gonna pretty much catch up with her and just pretty much just talk to her. If the bar is empty, and I would like to
Maybe I'll like touch
pretty much like after he comes back in, because I would have seen him leave. After he comes back in and goes to bed,
As I pass, I go.
I just give him a nod of recognition, and I would.
We'll say you can have some conversation between then and now too, because he like we're the opposite side of the city. Like he's a good distance.
I would have, but I would make sure that I would use thaumaturgy to try to blow out all of the lights except for the one that's nearest to us, and summon Rissa.
So she like kind of mentions a few things before you do this. Goes, so a dragonborn has just walked into your existence.
Seemed interesting, maybe. Seemed out of sorts when I met.
It doesn't seem like it's out of sorts at all, Marin. It's destiny. You have something that's tied you to this. Finding the only, well, she says there's another, but she doesn't even know if it exists anymore. How long ago could that have been? But she could be the only one left for all you know.
Destiny seems
You need to find out more about her.
random every time. That seems.
I think it does. All right. They're all gone. Go ahead.
I would summon this. Yeah.
What the fuck is that? I'm just kidding.
She kind of like, how is he?
Missed you. Yeah.
Does she know Draconic? Like, would you have her know in Draconic? It's a hard language, but like, I don't know.
I would say like she would know like how to carry a conversation with it because I mean she taught me Elvish,
Yeah.
so like I would have taught
That's
her
fair.
what I know from the comics.
She kind of like looks down at Russell and goes, "How are you, friend?" And Russell just kind of like looks up and goes, "Why didn't you take me out, Father, earlier?
Too dangerous.
Why?"
I don't want to risk it.
You had the friend, the other dragon friend.
Yes.
We need to protect her.
True. But that doesn't mean that you have to be there. You will get your chance.
You can like see him like almost look down, and like Valyria kind of like looks down. You know, you're not going to be able to hide him forever.
But I can hide him as long as I can. Yes. My care. As long as I live. Until that day.
What happens when you don't?
Then he's his own dragon. Because not me to control. But as long as he is tied to my soul, I will protect him with it.
If he is indeed your son at some point, you will need to make sure that he understands and that you understand that he has to go off on his own at some point.
I'm aware of that.
You can't always protect the things that are important to you.
I need to make sure that he is ready. Till then.
He doesn't look ready now. Look at him. He's almost tripled in size from the first time that you found him.
On our way here, he jumped out of the forest to kill a deer, putting himself in plain sight. Almost shocked by that dragon point energy, in fact.
I'm sure she would have not done that.
I just look at him, he's not as disciplined yet. Still, elves, they're looking for him.
He's still a child, Merrin. But at some point, you need to make sure that you allow him to expose himself to the world.
I will. I just need to trust the world.
The world needs to be. The world needs to understand that dragons exist again at some point.
The world doesn't deserve it yet.
You might be right.
The world, but he deserves the world.
I would definitely make sure you talk to Dara and make sure that you try to learn as much about her as you can. She may hold a lot of the keys to him and potentially a future behind that breed.
He's quite puzzling.
Of course, she's puzzling. Dragonborn didn't exist for any girl. Offshoots of dragons that were humanoid to whatever degree. Magical, basically, creations. It's the stuff of legends.
When we met, I'm not sure if you saw it whenever she came in, she had a shackle on one of her arms as well.
She's been imprisoned at some point. She needs to learn to trust. That's probably why she's not as warm to you or anyone else as she could be.
It's also a white dragon, so they're cold to me. I kind of just
Merrin. Be friendly towards her. She needs that.
I'm always friendly, but I just like...
One of your friends literally said you saying your name scared them.
That is not up to me to ask him. If they are frightened,
It is.
I am not trying to
It's
frighten
definitely
you.
controllable by you, Merrin. We've had this talk a few times.
If he is afraid, he is afraid. That is...
Just warm up to them a little bit, especially that one.
I am very warm. I am always warm.
Oh boy. All right. You should probably get some rest because sooner or later there's going to be enough patrons in here, and I don't want to have to explain my 8 rooms and a dragonborn, a goblin, and whatever else walked in here. No, you're normal. Tieflings are fine. Tieflings are okay.
There's drink what you have left and give like a little bit like the scraps from the meals to yourself.
He just like eats them really quickly. So that's all.
Shall we go off to bed, son?
He just kind of nods.
And I just kind of like walk him up the stairs. I'm definitely in front of him, but to make sure that no one else is out. And keep him kind of like how.
He like tries to tiptoe, but like his like giant claws.
Kind of like how you.
Yeah, his
When
tail.
like kids freaking out, yell, keep it down with your tender friend.
You hear like as he like goes past like one of the last doors, like his tail like thumps against Gawain's door. Boom.
I'll say. Then we'll talk away.
Okay, really quick, pulse check. How are we feeling about continuing, or do we want to do a stopping point here?
I mean, it's a good point to call it.
Yeah.
Because then we can wake up the next day. Yeah, that's good.
Cool. Well done, guys, on the encounter and session. Some great RP too. You will get a long rest. You guys got to encounter some of the unique NPCs, and then you'll get to venture here into the seedy underbelly of Anavera to find Draven.
Which, like, during that conversation, I would like to try to pick her brain about what's
All right, and that concludes our session for our Legacy of Frost and Blood series here. Thanks so much for listening, and we'll see you in the next one.